And a call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 30th, and it is 10:05 a.m. We are online as well as at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue. Next item on the agenda is roll call, starting from my right.
Ellen 11, me and Fee.
Dan Enright.
And myself, Teddy Erico. That brings us to agenda item number 1, action items. 1A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Article 9, International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition to adopt renewable energy. And we have Kristen, Sam, and Tommy here. Oh, Tommy gets to sit in the hot seat. Sam in the back.
Thank you for having us. So Town Council, as you know, previously adopted the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code as contained in Chapter 15, Building Regulations of the Telluride Municipal Code, with a publication date of the adopting ordinance of September 14, 2025. The proposed ordinance amends the 2024 IECC to include language pertaining to renewable energy that was unintentionally omitted, thereby codifying Town of Telluride existing practices that have been in place for many years within the updated energy code, consistent with the same amendment adopted in association with the town's previous energy code. So this is the first reading of the proposed ordinance, which is essentially a housekeeping matter. The proposed ordinance amending the 2024 IECC was provided in the Town Council packet along with a proposed motion. And Tommy and Sam are here to respond to any questions. Otherwise, the motion is before you.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions from council on this? It seems pretty straightforward.
Happy to get it in there. Thank you.
That's great.
We've been enforcing it for 15 years.
And then since this is an action item, is there anybody in the public that is here to discuss any aspects of adding the renewable energy? Seeing none, is there anyone with their hands raised, Tiffany? Okay, great. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Article 9, 2024 International Energy Conservation Code 2024 IECC of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code, Building Regulations, for the purposes of adopting a renewable energy amendment.
Second.
Wait, that's good. We have a motion from Dan and a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Before we vote, Mayor, it looks like Ashley has her hand raised online. Will it be open to hearing her thoughts?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you guys saw that I was here so that I could vote.
Okay.
All right.
In that case, Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. That brings us to action item 1B, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, in support of Telluride ballot issue 2A. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin Geiger. I'll be introducing agenda items 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E. We'll start individually with each one, but I will just have a brief statement on a couple of these issues just to provide the direction. You had a meeting last Thursday on your budget matters, but we also did include a discussion component of the Town Council taking action through resolutions, which is appropriate under the Fair Campaign Practice Act, to express your opinion either in support or against ballot measures that are going to the ballot for the Telluride electorate. At that meeting last Thursday, you did direct our office to move forward with 4 different resolutions for the 4 different ballot questions that are before you today. And just in a succinct way, the expression of support or opposition was a consideration of a resolution of support for agenda items 1B, 1C, 1D, otherwise known as ballot questions 2A, 2B, and 2C, and then drafting a resolution of opposition to what's known as ballot question 300, which is on your agenda today as 1E. So with that preview or introduction to these issues, let's go one by one through the resolutions. These are before you as individual action items, and you will need to take action through a motion and vote if you do want to approve the resolution. So agenda item 1B, that's the lift ticket tax, also known as ballot question 2A. For all three of the initial questions, I had a fair amount of background materials because you have worked through all three of those ballot questions. And sorry, there's a little feedback there. And issues of whether you supported it or were against it in a number of work sessions and then formal action items. So for the first three, I had a lot of background to go on your opinions and your expression of support for, in this instance, ballot question 2A. So I don't think I'll go through individually the recitals or the statements of your position, but I do offer them, and you'll find them on page 2 of the resolution. And I think with that, we can open this up to a discussion.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much for presenting that. And if we're going in order on 2A, 2A is the voter approval question about the lift ticket tax of 5%. And is there any further questions or discussion amongst council for this item?
I guess I have a question just about resolutions in general. Is there any like hierarchy to the order of the points in the resolution?
No, there's no separate weight, for instance, for a recital or a whereas at the beginning. I try to make it sequential or follow some method of introducing the issue or introducing more basic points and then maybe refining it down to more detailed. But certainly if anyone wants to look at moving some things around and of course rewording things. I mean, I took my best effort at this. I only had 2 days to get 4 resolutions together.
Oh, it looks great.
So I tried pretty hard to focus on it. But certainly you're not going to offend me if you want to move things around or reword things.
Well, so my only comment would be that I do feel like the fourth, it's not bulleted, but the fourth point of about Telsky rescinding its commitment to support the gondola, like to me, that's why we're here. And I wonder if we should like lead with that narrative instead of present. I mean, I don't know if anyone's reading this, they're probably reading it all, but that like to have that kind of be like sandwiched in the middle when it's like really the reason why we're here with this ballot initiative is we had a deal and then they pulled out of it. I don't know if that feels like a more important first point to make.
I'm happy you're calling it out because it was the thing I was just going to briefly discuss in terms of context, because I think part of our role here is talking through these and sharing why we have opposition or support for each of these ballot questions. And this, I think, I agree, is the sort of heart of the matter. I don't know that I need to wordsmith this or rearrange it. I think my understanding is the same, of these ballot resolutions where the whereas clauses just sort of tell the story a little bit, not necessarily through a hierarchy or one being more important than the other. But I do agree that for this particular one, that's the core of the issue. And just for anybody listening who doesn't have the language in front of them, Telluride Ski and Golf had committed to impose a private fee of 4.5% on lift ticket sales to support the operations and maintenance of the gondola, including presentation of a memorandum from Telsky to commit them to the private fee. But since 2024, Telsky has indicated it has rescinded its commitment to impose the fee and support the gondola. So I think that's why we at council feel this is necessary. We have a regional business, the largest business in our area, who does benefit from operations of the gondola for their private business. So in my mind, it seems fair and justifiable to ask that beneficiary of this asset, this community infrastructure, to participate at least somewhat in its funding. So that's where we're getting to the heart of it here. But sorry, I didn't mean to derail that, but
I don't know that I needed to, I don't know that it needs to be edited. I just wanted to like ask and propose or like call that out because it is sort of at the bottom half of this list of why we have this resolution and support this ballot initiative. So I didn't know if, I just wanted to talk about it briefly, but I don't need to overanalyze it.
Yeah, and it's why we're here, right? It's why we're here discussing it is because of Telluride Ski and Golf. And so I agree with Dan that I think it's awesome that you called it out, just to be super clear on why we are here and why we support it. And I'm good with it as is. We haven't heard from Mian or Ashley. If you got anything else to add.
No, I actually think Elena brings up a really good point. I mean, it is the reason that we are here. It is the reason that this is on the ballot. And I think that perhaps it should be moved to the forefront, just in case people don't always read all the way through to everything that we're putting in these resolutions. I do also just want to call out that the commitment, the previous executed commitment was for regional transportation in totality as well. And so it was not just the funding that the ski resort had committed to is not just for the gondola, but also for regional transportation. You know, and whatever else that could potentially mean, whether that's buses or whatever expansion SMART chooses to allocate those funds towards. So, I mean, I'm not going to argue to put it at the very top, but I do think that actually probably is, I think it is the most important component to why we're taking this step. And I think it is important for the public to understand that, and perhaps just moving that little clause up allows us to accomplish that.
Y'all have convinced me. I'm happy moving it to the top.
I think it focuses our narrative a little bit more. And because I do feel like I can see the reaction of like, oh gosh, another tax. And it's like, well, we didn't want to do this. Like, if anything, I'm annoyed that we have to do this. I wish we could have just moved forward with our agreement that we spent a lot of time working on. So I want the public to know that this is a reaction to something that wasn't like we didn't have follow through on something. And so this is our tool.
And I think to your point, from like an education perspective, I think it is important to recognize that this is a tax that will be on tickets. This is not going to be on season passes. So this is not a fee that is expected to be borne by any local here or in the SMART district.
The best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, and I do think that that's continually important for us to emphasize and tell people about, because it'll be easy to get lost as we have a pretty full ballot this year. There's a number of measures, and it can be easy for folks to get part of the story but not get the full understanding. So I think that is a very important distinction that we should continue to make.
And Kevin, could you just move it up maybe after the first whereas? Would that be a good place to put it?
Yeah, I was just thinking about where you might want to put it. I mean, you might want to still introduce the ballot language, because I do think some introduction rather than just going into kind of the arguments is perhaps warranted. So I was thinking maybe you want it at the top of page 2 there, right after the ballot language has been recited to the voters. And then to Councilmember Fee's point, maybe you want to broaden the third line and say, impose a private fee of 4.5% on lift ticket sales to support the operations and maintenance of the gondola and regional transportation in the region or in San Miguel County.
And regional.
Just
regional.
Yeah, just regional transportation.
Regional
Yeah, it's a
transportation.
little redundant.
Okay.
Let's see if Ashley has anything to add. If she
Can you
doesn't,
hear me?
Yep.
Great. Yeah, I think that I would support everything that everyone's saying. I think that while we know that there's not a priority necessarily in listing things in a certain order, that I think that there is kind of an implied priority by putting things at the top. So I agree with everything that everyone said so far about maybe reordering that. Mian's suggestion about the regional transportation component, I think, is important, because it doesn't just support the gondola. So I support everything that everyone's saying thus far.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Unless there are any other comments from council, I'll open up to public discussion. Is there anyone in the room that wants to chime in on this support of Telluride ballot issue 2A question that's in front of us? Seeing nobody in the room, looks like sorry.
It's okay. Hi, folks. Jane Hickox. Well, it's certainly disconcerting that Telsky has pulled out this funding. I personally have an issue with what I would anticipate to be the community continuing to tout this gondola as a free public transportation when the day skier user group is essentially being charged $10 a day. And I'm wondering if that occurs to anybody on council. I mean, it's a concern of the public. Yay, we're wonderful. We have a free gondola, but you guys are paying $10 a day to use it. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you.
I mean, I'll respond to that, actually.
We
Okay,
can't,
yeah.
I mean, we have we usually don't respond,
know.
but you can.
I just,
I'll allow it.
just from like an educational perspective, you know, I think we can maybe put the quotation marks around the word free. The gondola has a cost that is being borne by all of the user groups. And I think much as our commuters would be using it, or our homeowners could be using it, or our visitors are using it, like there are mechanisms that we're putting in place in order to ensure that the gondola can be ridden and can be operational. And so I don't think any day ticket purchasers are being unfairly charged. I think it's proportionate to what we're asking everybody that would potentially be using the gondola would bear.
Any other thoughts from council on that since me and chimed in?
Ashley has her hand up.
You can unmute Ashley.
Thanks. I'd also just like to remind the public quickly that there was a voluntary fee that was also paid by Telsky historically that is going to expire as well. And so that was included originally. That was something that was paid as part of the day ticket price that Telsky paid towards the operations of the gondola that already existed. So I just wanted to chime in on that there was historically a voluntary fee that was paid that is going to sunset as well.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this? Step up to a microphone, please.
I wasn't really going to comment on this, but
And your name, sir?
Charles Price, 327 North Oak. Some of you might remember the green gondola from 20 years or so ago, where I think the town attempted to gather funding for the gondola voluntarily, and it went nowhere.
The green gondola was a sustainability movement, I think, mainly to help fund the sustainability aspect of the gondola.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some aspect of the gondola.
Those were the panels, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it to comment.
Great, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comments on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room. And then we do have a hand raised online, at least one. Now we have two. You can start with Mr. Tooley, please.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify today and continuing as we go through today's agenda, as I have been very actively and aggressively canceled here in town without due process, quite aggressively. Just very briefly on the subject of a green gondola, there was an effort for a green marketing effort associated in the early days of the Telluride Tourism Board. The county has those archives. If anybody wants to dive deep, if there's a marketing geek who wants to understand this history, there's some very good material there on that. There is, there's the axiom of follow the money when you're looking at the issue. I don't have anything substantive as far as changing the ballot initiative. However, I think there are forces at work that are not transparent, and I'd like to mention those again. And I think this is actually, just thinking about it, a factor in my cancellation as well. And that is the involvement of certain professionals associated with Vail, not the Vail Corporation itself, which is prohibited in expansion by an antitrust order, as I understand it. But professionals associated with it, also associated with the town of Mountain Village, that would include Ron Allred, Tom Wells, his stepdaughter Marty Prohaska, the law firm of Garfield and Hecht, and David McConaughey, the town council, and also the town council for John Wontrobsky in the town of Ophir. A curious little trivia thing that people might not also realize. And it appears to me that there is an effort by these professionals to obtain control of the ski area through public processes, the abuse of public process. And that's playing out in a lot of the politics we're seeing. The ones that come to mind first to me would be the whole brouhaha over the Sunset concert. Mr. Horning kind of freaks out a little bit, doesn't know how to respond. And then, of course, the entirety of the gondola thing, the gondola ballot issues, et cetera, Ron Allred's support for the gondola ballot measure, the former owner of Telski. So that's just what I'm seeing. I don't know if anybody else sees it, but thank you very much. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. We also have Laura Thomas with her hand raised.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes. I wanted to make just one comment and ask one question. The question may not be answerable in this context. But the comment is just, I take note that resort communities, including Telluride and Mountain Village, often make use of taxes that are imposed or are thought to be imposed on visitors, because those are easier to impose because the visitors have no representation. They can't vote. However, I believe, are starting to see in some resort communities a rate of taxation that is beginning to have negative economic impacts. And so I will say that that is a concern within the resort, is that we continue to increase taxes. We don't take away taxes. And at some point, visitors start to close their wallets. So that's the comment. And then the question is, I'm curious whether you have any projections, any estimates as to how much revenue these taxes on both sides of the hill might create toward a gondola if it were imposed. Thank you.
Great, Laura. Thank you very much for your comment.
Laura, I don't think we're not going to get into the conversation right now, but yes, of course, there are projections for the collection of this tax that were analyzed by the SMART board, the gondola committee, of which Telski does sit on, and the gondola subcommittee as well, which Telski does have representation at all of those meetings as well. But if your staff doesn't have access to that information, I can certainly send you the links if you want to follow up with me.
Great. Since we allowed me in to comment, any other comments from council? Ashley's got her hand up.
Hi, thanks. I'd also like to just comment as somebody who sat on the gondola subcommittee, and when we were taking a lot of time going through figuring out how this, the gondola was going to be continued to be paid for going forward. One of the big things that we looked at were user groups and making sure that the payments were proportionate to the groups of people that were using the gondola. So this, fee that was once voluntary and now tax that's being proposed, that was all integrated into those use groups. As tourists are the highest users of the gondola, it felt like in fairness and it being proportional to everything, that they would also bear the brunt of the cost. So it's definitely something that was taken into consideration, and that I feel was done very wisely, and with the demeanor of people who use it should be helping front the bill for it.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Before we close public comment on this, is there anyone else with their hands raised, Tiffany? Just so I can double check. All right. Public comment is closed for agenda item 1B. Do we have any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Kevin, do you want us to go individually? For this, I'd call for a motion.
Yes, Mayor. I think these are all separate agenda items, this being agenda item 1B. And I think sequentially, we should have a motion for each resolution. They do stand alone.
Great. Seeing that, with no further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado in favor of a yes vote on question 2A at the regular Town of Telluride municipal election scheduled for November 4th, 2025. Do you need me to add in some of the edits that we made?
I think we should just reference them.
Thank you. With the following amendments made to the draft resolution presented in our agenda packet, moving the fourth whereas clause that begins, whereas part of the ballot campaign for Smart's 2024 ballot question be moved to the second whereas clause, and
Third,
and adding language in that same whereas clause after the words operation and maintenance of the gondola to include the words regional transportation as well. Did I miss anything?
I would make a friendly amendment.
Thank
It
you.
was the third, whereas we were going to do it after the ballot language. That would now be moved to the third, behind the second whereas to be the third whereas. I know it's a little confusing.
Or just after the ballot question. You could say it that way too.
I see. And just after the ballot question.
Yeah, that would be the friendly amendment.
Thank you. I accept your friendly amendment.
All right, we have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. That takes us on to 1C. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado in support of Telluride ballot issue 2B.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Rolling right along. This is a resolution before you for consideration. Again, this is a resolution in support of the ballot question known as question 2B that will appear on the ballot on November 4th, 2025. You are familiar with this ballot measure. It's an affordable housing debt question to increase and augment the currently existing debt that has been authorized by two separate tax questions, one from 2018, one from 2019. It would broaden the base of the taxes or fees dedicated for affordable housing revenue or for affordable housing, and broaden that revenue source through the bonding question or the debt question. Those specific sources are called out in the debt question itself. They're called out as the 1/2 cent sales tax from 94, the 2 mil property tax from 18, the 2.5% STR tax from 2019, and then adding into that additional funds and fees such as the housing mitigation fees and the STR mitigation fees as well. So this is before you for consideration. Again, you've had a lot of discussion about this. I took a lot of your comments from, I think you had 3 or 4 different meetings on this before you finally set the language. And I've included, I believe, some of the arguments that I heard advanced by different council members on consideration of that. They are found principally at page 2 through the beginning of page 3 of the resolution. So with that introduction, again, this is a resolution of support, question 2B for your November 4th ballot.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. Any discussion from council or questions for Kevin on this?
I think the only thing that I would say, just for the listening public, is just a reminder that, you know, the revenues that are being collected by these taxes that we all voted in favor of, are just now we're collecting more money than we were originally estimating. And so this really is just sort of a good government cleanup measure that's gonna align the town's bonding authority with today's actual revenues. You know, this is just sort of the definition of fiscal responsibility. It's just using what the community is already entrusted to the town for housing to be used in the most effective way possible. And most importantly, it does not raise anyone's taxes.
And thank you for that clarification. Any other comments from council before we open it up to public comment?
It does not raise taxes. The last time this amount was changed was 2019. Obviously, both revenues and expenses have changed in terms of scale in that time point. Anybody in the building trades knows 2019 was an entire lifetime away, essentially. And it should have changed a lot since then. So I agree with what Mian said. Thank you.
Great. Ashley, you can chime in if you want. Elena, absolutely.
I'll chime in. This will not raise anyone's taxes.
Yeah, that's, you know, I think that's the biggest point is these are already funds that we're collecting. It's not money that we have to spend or that is, you know, guaranteed that we will spend it. It just gives us more options and better opportunities. And like Mian said, it's, you know, it's something that we should be doing as part of our fiscal responsibility so that we have all tools available to us.
Thank you, Ashley.
Might
Sure.
add one quick point,
You bet.
Teddy, just
Sure.
to help too. I think an important point that should not be missed is that we cannot bond off of revenues we do not have. So while we have increased bonding authority, we still, for any future financing, will have to have the revenues to support that bonding. I think that's an important note.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that addition. I will open it up since it is an action item to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this? Please step up to a microphone.
Morning, folks. I'll be super short. Ethan Miller, 430 West Colorado Avenue. I haven't seen the resolution. Lindsay was nice enough to email it to me, the whole packet, a few minutes ago because it's apparently not on the website. And this goes, so I respectfully have to object to adopting a resolution that taxpayers haven't been able to consider. I was trying to flip through it. It's 3 or 4 pages long, and I was trying to do it on my phone, and it wasn't super easy. There were some comments made just a few minutes ago about the fact that it won't raise taxes, that some funding had already been raised. And there was also some discussion of bonding authority, and I appreciate all that. But those are all kind of loaded terms. They're significant terms. I certainly would want to review the actual resolution before I were able to comment on it. And again, unfortunately, that goes as well to the next resolution, I think, against 300. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, just a real quick response. My understanding is they are available. The resolutions are now available on the town's document center website, and they were uploaded yesterday. So they have been available. The direction from council was received on Thursday. We were not able to make, that was actually after the packet deadline, which is the initial packet deadline. It still complies with Colorado law that it was added to the agenda for today, and the materials are available. I'm sorry that Mr. Miller had a hard time finding them. We could probably go ahead and print off hard copies of everything if council would like to direct that for the next 2 agenda items.
if we're doing things that you feel are comfortable, that you are comfortable with, that are done within the law of the state, and this, I'm comfortable with that, unless the council has other thoughts on that.
You know, I think we're all in favor of more communication and more ways for the public to have access to all of the information. So if that's beneficial to a member of the public, I see him shaking his head no in the back, so it doesn't feel necessary. I think we would all agree that more lead-in, more time for people to review everything is the ideal, but the practicalities of deadlines for our agenda and with the upcoming election, sometimes timelines get constrained and we just have to work within the realities of what we have. At the end of the day, this is just our recommendation. The public may or may not listen to it or may not agree with us. And there will be plenty of time to review these resolutions of support or opposition leading into, before you cast your ballot. And so we, of course, always appreciate that input, always want to be as open and transparent and compliant with Colorado law, of course, at all times.
Point of order, I was not agreeing to go forward today. Thank you, but I do recognize people being in states. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, just to point out where the documents can be retrieved if people are having a hard time. If you look on the agenda for today and under the first page, meeting information, beginning the second paragraph, the meeting will also be live streamed. Materials distributed after packet publication can be accessed in the document center. There's a hyperlink there. If you click on that document center link, and I just did, it takes you to the town's website with the appropriate documents. They appear on the far right after the first two subfolders, and all 4 documents are available for review.
Thank you for confirming that, Kevin. Mian?
I think just a point of clarification, because I do think we are in an election cycle and emotions can start to become heated, and wording and phrasing is important. But the phrase mistakes can be made was just utilized. And I do want to point out that our staff did follow protocol and procedure, and there was not a mistake made on the part of council or staff. We are simply working within the time constraints that we are allotted, and we appreciate the public bringing this to our attention, that it was difficult to find on their own. And I'm glad that Kevin was able to give that information to the listening public now, so that everybody can take the time to pull those up electronically. I'm not opposed to shifting the administrative reports forward if we want to do that and give everybody the time to read these resolutions now that they've got the hyperlink. But I just want to ensure that there's no misunderstanding. There was not a mistake on the part of our staff.
Mian, thanks for that clarification. If I'm absolutely fine with giving people a chance to review it and chime in. And if we feel as a council, I want everyone to chime in on it, to push it back a little bit and swap with the manager report, that's fine. I've no issue with that. Any other thoughts?
I would just say that I do want to be respectful of people's time. So if people came for these action items and wanted to comment, that would be the only concern that I have, is if it makes it so that other people aren't able to attend that part of the meeting if we rearrange. I just want to be sensitive to that. But I think that if we have a concern about people having enough time to review these, I don't see a problem in making a little time allotment. There was a very real time constraint that we had to get this on this agenda. So it is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to be sensitive to that, because I know that sometimes people's voices are not heard when we get off schedule and they can't attend the parts of the meeting that they planned on being present for.
I mean, that's a valid point, right? I was just trying to make an accommodation for somebody and not realizing that that accommodation could disadvantage disadvantage somebody else. So,
Yeah.
um,
And there's no real, either way, someone is going to feel slighted, right? And again, to reiterate Kevin and Mian's point, it wasn't not a mistake made. It's just sometimes you have to move quickly. And it was not done in haste either. And so I want to make sure to reiterate that point as well. Without, unless Ashley wants to chime in, I mean, without a super strong opinion and knowing that there have been some other folks patiently waiting in the room, is that we can just continue forward.
I'll make a quick comment just because I think that like sometimes the order of things can get confusing. Is that, in previous meetings, we had approved ballot language where like there was more discussion about what was going to be said in these ballot questions. And this is now the opportunity for council to give an official support as a group or opposition. So I kind of agree with Elena that people schedule things and that they are planning on attending meetings at certain times, because not everyone can sit for, hours and hours and listen to everything that we're doing. So I feel like it might be better to stick with our schedule. But if the rest of the group feels like we should delay to give people an opportunity to read the ballot language again, then that would be fine. But my opinion is that people look at the schedule and try and fit their day into things that they want to make comment on.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we'll keep rolling. So that discussion was in response to public comment in the room. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this agenda item?
Charles Price again. Quick question. Are we talking about a resolution that will increase our bonding limit to 64 million? Or is it 64 million in addition to the current 18 million?
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'd be happy to respond. So basically, those prior authorizations are still in effect, but this essentially supersedes that and enlarges
So
the
it goes to-
capacity.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It enlarges the capacity from that 18 or 19 million that was previously authorized through two separate ballot questions. And it brings in additional revenue sources and augments and increases that up to that 64.05.
Okay.
And can I
No.
add to that, just because the resolution itself is only a resolution of council showing their support, in this case, for what is going to the ballot. So the resolution itself does not do anything. The ballot question and the
Well, it
voters.
gives effect to
Yeah.
the increase. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe I saw a number for total amortization. Were that amount drawn or bonds issued in that amount for 134 million, something like that?
132 is, I believe, is the number.
132 million. Okay. My point is, I think that doing this in a single resolution may give the appearance that the council's trying to circumvent somehow voter approval for fairly large amounts of money. And I think that that's an important consideration. What is the risk, and this is a rhetorical question in a way, what is the risk of having voters approve bond issuance in smaller chunks as the need arises? Why do it in, I can envision a situation where the full amount, bonds in the full amount might be issued, 64 million. And that money put in a bucket.
So I'm
and-
happy to address your question if you.
Please.
And anyone else, Kevin, if you want to jump in. So again, what this is, it's updating our bonding capacity.
Right.
So for any one project, we may need to go to the voters for a revenue. There's different ways to finance projects. So this is just, again, more of a ability to update our bonding capacity, but depending on each project, there might be other ways we need to go to the voters for those financing. However, there are certain like COPs or other ways to finance that don't necessarily require additional voter approval. Some do, some don't.
Again,
Yep.
a specific question. Could you, if this were approved, could the town issue bonds for 64 point whatever million dollars secured by town revenue?
If the revenue is there to support it, then depending on what that amount is, yes, we would work with our bond counselors to issue that bond. Also, depending on the financial strategy used within that capacity.
Who are your bond counselors, just out of curiosity?
We utilize Hilltop and Butler Snow.
Okay.
And-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
I want to add one more thing. We are not trying to circumvent anything. The voters on all of these 4 topics we are discussing.
I
will get to
realize
vote.
that. I said it might look to someone
Yeah,
like.
and that's why I'm reiterating. The voters will go in November to vote on these 4 items and be able to partake in the democratic process to decide what, you know, our constituents feel is in their best interest. And, you know, we as a council have the ability to say what we support or not support. And that's why we're here discussing these today. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this one? Seeing nobody in the room, I'm going to close the room public comment and go online.
One online, unmuting Brett Porterfield.
Hey there, just had a clarification question for the bonding potential. Is it based on existing revenue or revenue potential, since, you know, some of the fees supporting this are floating?
Either one of us can handle that, I'm sure. You want me to take it? Okay. So this is what I would also call kind of a parameter or Tabor resolution, Tabor voter authorization that's going forward. So it sets the maximum. The maximum amount of the bonding capacity is that 64.05 million number. And the total amount of the authorization for the debt occurring to the town or accruing to the town can't exceed that 132.205 million figure. So it sets the revenue streams out. It authorizes, if it's approved by the voters, for the bonding capacity to go up to that maximum number, and the repayment amount cannot exceed that other maximum number that's been discussed. So it's considered a parameter under Tabor. You don't have to authorize all of the debt at once. In fact, if you are familiar with prior debt authorizations from the town, we did have a debt authorization for the 1.5 cent sales tax. That was only issued at about a number of 3 million out of the 5 million capacity. And then for the 18 and the 19 bonding authorization, 2018, 2019, that's also being reauthorized here. The town never went through a debt authorization or issuance on that. So it doesn't mean it has to be issued. It sets the parameters of the maximum under Colorado law. And again, under Tabor, the voters have to approve it. This is not something that council can approve on their own. Colorado law requires that it go to the taxpayers, and the taxpayers will have the decision on this issue ultimately.
And to maybe put a fine point on that, if there are not revenues to support the bonding that we ask for, we cannot bond. So I think to your question, that is the answer, is if we do not have the money that will support us being able to do that, we would not ask the taxpayers, because we would not be able to actually bond to that extent. So this is really just kind of process and system cleanup, so that if and when we do think that this is a good idea to finance any project, we would assess the revenues, we would assess our bonding capabilities, and then we would ask the taxpayers if they also support the initiative.
And I'll just make the additional point. It goes both ways. So if the market or the revenue stream in 10 years from now is below these numbers, this authorization, then if you go out to market on the bonding, no one is going to support or buy those bonds for that revenue stream to come in. Conversely, let's say the other scenario is, let's say the revenues double in the next 10 years. But this authorization has a limit of that 64 and 132 million. You would have to go back to the voters to go to a higher parameter number. Even if the revenue has doubled or tripled, this is the voter authorization, this is the voter limit. So the market controls the one side, and the voter authorization controls the maximum.
And that future hypothetical situation you're pointing to is the exact situation we're in now, where we have it approved at a lower number, but we do have the ability to bond, and building affordable housing at any scale is not getting any cheaper.
Precisely.
And we also know we need it. We will go to our next comment with a hand raised online. Mr. Tooley.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Errico. I'd just like to speak briefly about bond practice in the U.S. I am most in detail familiar with it from Washington State, where I lived for 25 years and had many formative experiences for the good and for the negative. This is another issue of transparency, and the council and the listening audience should be aware, anybody who follows these issues should be aware of the amount of power these people play and the central organizing role, financing local projects like the freeway the federally funded, the federal off-ramp to a shopping mall with locally provided infrastructure and benefiting local real estate interests. The well-known historical example of Huey Long, the Southern Democrat, and his highway funding is just so crucial as to what is actually going on in this country. There have been Democratic efforts that I'm aware of. I believe, this is my look, and I'd love to have conversations with anybody about these in private or in public. Current Mountain Village town manager Paul Weiser, formerly of the law firm Garfield and Hecht, is the son of Dee Weiser, who was president of the National Association of Bond Counsel. I'm making a little bit of a presumption here, just based on my sense of timing, that's a Democratic associated bond council. We saw the emergence of that council into the 70s, I believe, into the 80s. We saw that in Seattle as well, also associated with housing construction. And the politics on that, in my opinion, are suspect, those dynamics, whatever deals were cut between Wall Street finance and local issues. So just a quick question. I caught the current bond counsel as Butler Snow, and then I heard Hitler for the first one, and I think I got that one wrong. Who were the two?
Hilltop.
Hilltop. All right, I got it. Thank you, Zoe.
Mr. Tooley, thank you very much for your comments. Is there anybody else on?
No.
Seeing no further online comments, we will close public comment in its entirety. Do you have any further discussion on council on this agenda item 1C, which is for ballot issue 2B? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado in favor of a yes vote on question 2B at the regular town of Telluride municipal election scheduled for November 4th, 2025.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from me. And Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to action item 1D, consideration of approval of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado in support of Telluride ballot question 2C. And Kevin Geiger is here to present this as well.
Thank you again, Mayor. Just keeping rolling. Looking at agenda item 2C, this is for your resolution of support on ballot question. I'm sorry, did I mess that up? Agenda item 1D for ballot question 2C. You're familiar with this one as well. We started this process all the way back, I believe, in May of this year to look at proposing to the voters some amendments to the Home Rule Charter. You're familiar that the Home Rule Charter has only very limited areas where either a mayoral or a council member is deemed to have vacated their seat. Those include things like recall, a very detailed public process that entails an election under Colorado law, the council member or mayoral individual dying in office, becoming incapacitated, resigning, or ceasing to be a resident of the town. Absent those very limited situations, the town, unlike some of our boards and commissions, and for our boards and commissions, we have clear attendance standards. And a board and commission member, if they do not follow those attendance standards, will lose their seat on a board or commission. But we never had similar standards for a town council member. So council looked at this for a while and decided that it was probably a prudent idea to embed in the home rule charter certain standards for vacancy and for having a vacant seat for both the mayoral seat and for the council member seat. You're familiar with the ballot language. I'm not going to go over it again, but council has expressed, and by I think forwarding this language to the voters for consideration, I think you've expressed your support for this. The resolution does the exact same thing, but in a more formal capacity, again, permitted by the Fair Campaign Practice Act under Colorado law. So with that introduction, I think I'll leave it to council.
Great. Thank you for that, Kevin. And I'd just like to reiterate just a little maybe simple and mention it twice, is that we're very limited in enforcing any attendance policy whatsoever as council. And so it was important to put that into play, because the reality is, unless a member of our electorate wants to come through with their own petition for a ballot issue to remove a mayor or a council member, other than that council member or mayor being incapacitated, dying, moving out of the region, there's no standard of excellence set for attendance for council. And that's why we're here. And just like everything else we've discussed, this is not a decision being made today. This is just our position, and it will go to the voters in November. With that, is there any further discussion on this agenda item from council? We've discussed it a lot. I know that. Seeing none, is there anybody in the room that would like to further discuss ballot question 2C? Seeing none, is there anybody online?
Seeing none.
I will close public comment for this agenda item 1D. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado in favor of a yes vote on question 2C at the regular Town of Telluride municipal election scheduled for November 4th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from me. And Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
And yes.
Ellen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. And that brings us to action item 1E, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado in opposition of Telluride ballot question 300, and passing it off to Mr. Kevin Geiger once again.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Once again, we're looking at a resolution here under the Fair Campaign Practice Act. The direction I received from the Thursday meeting was that you were looking to have a resolution suggesting or recommending to the electorate that they oppose ballot question 300. Ballot question 300 is a citizen-led amendment to the Telluride Home Rule Charter. I have provided the exact language in the resolution for you. I don't think I'll go through it in detail because I think the language speaks for itself, and it's less than half a page long. I had a little bit of a harder time on some of the language, so I will respectfully ask you to make sure that you feel comfortable with this. We have not, other than the ballot certification of this issue, you haven't had a detailed discussion on the merits of ballot question 300. So I did look at some of the arguments that I think are obvious, or some of the positions on ballot question 300, but of course, council members individually may have their own reason why they are looking for a statement of opposition on ballot question 300, and certainly we can include those in to the language if you feel that that's appropriate. So with that introduction, I think again, Mayor, I'll turn this back over to you for council-led discussion and debate.
Great, Kevin, thank you very much. Any comments from council, questions for Kevin, questions for Zoe on this? Seeing none?
Well, I have thoughts. I don't know that we need to add any language to it. And I think Tevin did a great job summarizing and gleaning the thoughts that we've sort of alluded to or have talked about with it. As we said in the meeting on Thursday, I'll just briefly reiterate. I think this is a fair question. I understand where this comes from, but I think the solution being proposed is not the right answer. I don't think that this ballot measure, should it pass, would make a more favorable outcome or a better process or better projects for the town and our constituents. So I get wanting to feel like there's more sort of control for certain citizens. We all have to live with things at times in our lives where we don't get what we want. So working with the government is no different. And believe me, I have my own times and own things where the government has done things here in the town of Telluride that I don't agree with or don't support. And I have to live with it, but we have processes in place. We at this dais do take it very seriously of collecting public input and listening to our constituents and trying to work with our citizens, with our second homeowners and visitors to try to create the most favorable outcome for all. But that doesn't mean everyone gets what they want all the time. Not saying that that's exactly what this ballot is saying, but at times I perceive it that way. We're already getting a little behind our timeline, so I don't need to go on much further than that, but just a few thoughts that arose to me off the top of my head.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments from council?
And I have lots of thoughts, but I do want to kind of keep this concise. And I know Mian, I don't want to take some of your points too, because you've made some really good points in some meetings that I've sat in. I want you to have them. But, I think this really comes down to allowing special interest groups or private groups to spend enough money to change or to sway a public vote against something that the community might need. And that I think is dangerous to give that much power. If certain groups have enough money to spend to oppose something. I'm going to keep that really broad. I think that, as a government, we're tasked with providing services and infrastructure. And while those aren't always like fun places to spend money, they're important. And I think that's our job to make sure that we're providing those necessities. And I feel like this would make that really hard.
Thank you, Elena. Mian?
The last whereas in this resolution of opposition is probably one of the aspects that is most important to me, in which it is detailed that we currently have a process in place, the process in place ultimately that is being touted by the group in support of this ballot initiative, that our electorate has a voice throughout the entire public process that we have. And that includes stakeholder meetings, community meetings, public meetings here at council, public meetings at our lower boards and commissions. And then should that decision-making process at any point be something that our constituents do not feel was right, they do have the opportunity, they do have the ability to call a town meeting and have a town vote. They do have the right, if all of our lower boards and then the council make a decision on zoning that they disagree with, they have the right to call a referendum vote already. All of these rights that are being promised already exist. My concern with this entire process is that the public process should be long and there should be a lot of meetings, because there is a lot of information that needs to go into any of these major decisions. And if we do not have that public process, if we are going to a vote of our constituents that have the right to vote, we are running into dangerous territory where those votes are going to be controlled by a narrative that is put forth and not the facts that are legally required by the council to provide to the public. I think probably the point that Elena was alluding to that I have brought up that is one of my greatest concerns is that we have this incredibly beautiful community of individuals that sit here and live here and want to raise their families here and work here and create the economy and the community that we have. And there are a lot of them that don't have the right to vote. And what we are doing is silencing them in this conversation. And our job as council is to ensure that every single voice of every single community member is heard. That is something that I think everybody that I know that sits up here right now and is online holds very, very dear. And to take away that opportunity from the people that give this community as much as they do feels awful to me. Dan used a phrase last week that I really liked. This is, and I'm going to paraphrase it, and I'm not going to get the words right again. This is just not the right solution to a valid concern. Our public process exists so that those concerns can come to us. And I am just asking that the public participates in that process louder, stronger, helps us fix the process that already is in existence, as opposed to putting something into effect that will have the detrimental effect of taking away what I think you guys are actually striving to. That's it.
Thank you, Mian. Ashley, I haven't heard from you, so would love you to chime in.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that for me, this resolution has it's a lot that's happening in it. And while I can certainly, find some agreement with like what Dan said with what some of the points that are being brought up in it, I think that my biggest concern and why I won't support 300 is basically that we have a long history in the United States of representative democracy where we elect people to represent us. And I'm concerned that rather than putting forth candidates at the upcoming election to be representatives of their opinions and voices, that we're essentially trying to rewrite the function of our entire government by making it by committee. And I just don't see how that can be effective. I know all of the time that each of us take in really understanding each of these issues, and that is why we put ourselves up to be the representatives for our community. And I think that when you get away from that some of the intention and understanding of some of these issues might get lost. And so because of that, I won't be in support of it, and would hope that going forward, we can all find, representatives in our community that might hold some of our same viewpoints that we feel like we can communicate with, and that might be a more effective way going forward. So that's just my 2 cents, kind of broad opinion about overall government function and how we operate as a democracy.
Great. Ashley, thank you very much. I will weigh in a little bit as well. I'm not about supporting a conservative view. I'm not about supporting a liberal view. I'm about supporting Telluride, making sure Telluride can prosper well into the future, especially for our younger constituents, our younger locals, our younger community that has to figure out a way to stay here. And affordable housing and a strong resort economy are the two biggest keys to that. And sometimes you can't have everything. And your staff is working hard. Your elected officials, your commissions, your boards are working harder than ever. And 300, if it passes, and the voters have that right, will not only hurt our ability in the relationships we created with our other regional governments to solve the challenges and problems that we face, from infrastructure to housing, and we don't need to get into it much more than that. It also hampers our ability to work within, our borders to do our best to solve these problems. And And make no mistake, it's not fun to sit up here for all of us, staff included, to try to solve all these challenges, and we think we have a good path for it. And 300 could really just delay a lot of the things that we need to do if we're going to be a successful Telluride and a successful Telluride region. Unless there's any other comments from council, I will open this up to public comment since it is an action item. And as is typical for my procedure, I will start in the room if anyone would like to comment. Come on up.
Thank you, folks. Mr. Mayor, we all want the best for Telluride. We all want the best for our children. My son went to high school here for 4 years, went off to Boulder. He's been out for a couple of years. I would love nothing more than for him to come back. And yes, we got to find a way to help the younger generation come back. And affordable housing may be part of that. Likely is a part of that because housing is ridiculously expensive. I know that for a fact. But I respectfully disagree with what the town is apparently about to do, which is to endorse a position on a proposition that is going to come before the voters. I think it's the voters that decide. And one of the council persons a moment ago said, it is the voters that should be deciding. And I don't think that it is the place of the town, of the council, to interject their feelings in that process. So subject to my prior objection with respect to the accessibility and the ability to review the resolution. Let me say that there was a public comment earlier on with respect to one of the other propositions. The rhetorical question was, what is the risk of having the voters approve bond funds in smaller amounts? Well, I'll tell you, one of the risks is that if you do this 10 million at a time, perhaps eventually the voters will say, okay, wait a minute, we're getting fatigued. And perhaps at a certain point, they say, no, we don't want $60 million raise in the debt level. We don't want all of this. So do it more slowly. That is one point. Sort of on the big picture, as someone that has properties on Main Street that has seen so much construction, as we all have seen, and I know I'm not speaking only on behalf of myself. We as residents of Telluride, we're tired of the never-ending construction. I mean, what is going on Main Street right now with the milling? It never ends. We are tired of the never-ending construction. We're tired of the never-ending cost. But perhaps most importantly, we are tired of our fatigue being ignored. Hence, you have something like Prop 300 or ballot measure 300. Why is the town against transparency? Why is the town against accountability? Why is the town against enfranchisement?
And I have to wrap you up on the time limit there.
Okay. Let our electorate have a voice. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. And just to reiterate, we are letting our electorate have the voice with the vote. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this issue?
Jane Hickox again, 119 East Gregory. I would be interested in a response from you folks to this gentleman's point about letting the electorate have a voice. We had a voice in 3A. As a community, we said, no, we need to go back and refigure this gondola agreement that is being touted. The people spoke and they said no, and there was never a town meeting or a collective comment back about why you continue to just forge forward. And now we're paying for a new gondola station. The communication is not adequate. And people do feel that they don't have a voice or that their voice is being discounted. And we're just going to have to do better as a community.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room and go online. I see at least one hand raised.
Hi,
Unmute.
Dr. Lee. I'll try and be quick here. I am support of the Lift 7 project where a lot of this opposition comes from. But, when you have that general feeling of distrust of government that prompts measures like this, that means something, and you need to listen to it. You need to respect it. I have previously raised the question of how are you going to phase the Lift 7 development, the removal of the parking at Carhenge and the parking garage in Shandoka. I've not yet heard a response, and it's not clear to me that it is even feasible to do both of these projects, let alone the mass and scale issues on the Shandoka parking lot, parking garage, which have not yet been addressed. There is an option which would require a vote, a similar public decision as anything required on 300, whether it passes or not. And that is the use of the Pearl property for affordable housing development. And that gives you space and time to phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. We also have Tom Kennedy's hand raised. If you could unmute Tom.
Hi, good morning. Everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Good, thank you. So I support the resolution that's before the council. I agree with the comments of those who are encouraging you to adopt the resolution for the reasons that are stated. I mostly have kind of a question or clarification that I'm wondering if you guys might be able to address for me. So as I look at the actual language in the resolution in the whereas where it's repeating what exactly the voters are going to be voting on. When I look at the middle question, question B, it has two criteria, 1 and 2. One speaks about voter approval being required for future rezoning or PUD amendments, commercial projects that would exceed a threshold of 20 million. And then there's a number 2, any such prior approved project where construction has not yet commenced. And what I've always been a little bit confused about, are those connected or are those separate criteria? So in other words, would voter approval be required in the first instance under number 1 for future rezones or PUD amendments, 20 million, period? And is there a second voter requirement for any such prior approved projects where construction is not yet commenced? And I don't know if those are two separate criteria. And in the second case, would that be further qualified by the commercial nature, the 20 million, or is that just a standalone criteria that would apply to anyone, notwithstanding whether it's residential, commercial, or $20 million? So not sure if anyone can address that, but I've always been a little bit confused about it. And I think it'd be helpful for the voters to understand exactly what that means or doesn't mean before they vote on it. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom.
Kevin, maybe, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that. A semicolon is a fairly clear punctuation, and it does belie an interpretation of that particular clause that I think is concerning to a number of people in the community. But I don't know if you feel like we should be weighing in on that, or if we should just allow for the experts in the field that are in the community to share their opinion through the course of the election process.
Yeah, this puts me in a little bit of a difficult position. Of course, I am trained in the law and I can offer interpretations, but I'm not authorized to make an interpretation right now on that provision. I can tell you that I think that if this passes, that there will be alternative interpretations that will be advanced as to the meaning of B1 and B2 in that section that's been mentioned. And I think to the point, is two, B2 is B2 modified by B1, or as I think you're indicating or alluding to by the instance of a semicolon there. I think there's another way to read this, which is voter approval is required for separate sentence sub 2, any such prior approved project where construction has not yet commenced. Ultimately, I think we would need an interpretation of that. And the only way I think you get an interpretation that's binding under Colorado law is you have a judicial determination on an issue, should this be approved. But I think there are different ways to read it. And I think it's unfortunate that it was drafted in a way that may not present as much clarity as should be presented on a home rule charter change. Nevertheless, this is the language that was presented. This is the language that was circulated. This is the language that met the voter threshold to appear on the ballot, and council has no ability to change that language right now, nor did you have an ability to change that when it was certified for voter approval back about 6 weeks ago.
Kevin, thank you for that. Any other hands raised, Tiffany?
No.
We will close public comment for agenda item 1E. Is there any further discussion from council before I ask for a motion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado in favor of a no vote on ballot question 300 at the regular Town of Telluride municipal election scheduled for November 4th, 2025.
Dan seconds.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. That will take us to agenda item number 2, and that is administrative reports. And we have Zoe Denal to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I will start. We have a number of call outs under our manager's report. I'll give a general manager's report. I'll head into some of those call out sections. So just to begin, thank you so much again to our lovely staff. I want to just make some comments on our wayfinding, placemaking and signage project. We have initiated the bid process for phase 1. Again, the first phase focuses on the clear, consistent, user-friendly signage. And specifically for phase 1, we're going to be looking at vehicular wayfinding signage to guide drivers to key destinations in town, parking signage for metered zones to improve clarity around parking availability, regulations, and payment, and wayfinding for town park, which includes vehicular, pedestrian signage, and to help people easily locate amenities, event spaces, and recreational areas. This project represents the beginning of the larger multi-phase effort to improve wayfinding and placemaking across the town. Also, our next merchant meeting is going to be held Tuesday, October 14th at 1 p.m., where we will be discussing Noel Night, believe it or not, which feels too far away, but soon enough. Wayfinding, construction, and more. So encouraging all of our business community to please participate in our merchant meetings. From our sustainability staff, highlighting our electric vehicle showcase on October 10th. Though the town is partnering with Mountain Village, Eco Action Partners, ForCore to put on an annual electric vehicle showcase, which will run from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. On October 10th in Telluride Town Park's parking lot. So please come and check out all of the amazing electric vehicles that the town itself has, including our electric Zamboni, our electric Galloping Goose, and other electric off-road utility vehicles and more. From open space, the Valley Floor Reach 3 River Restoration Project is in process. So the work commenced in late August, and this project is being constructed in coordination with Trout Unlimited, the U.S. Forest Service, River Restoration project on federal land, and this is downstream of Boomerang Road. And what it is doing is creating just over 1,000 linear feet of new meandering channel downstream, and it's projected to be completed in mid-November. So we're about 60% there. For the housing team, we do have our partners, Servitas for Canyonlands Tower House to give a more thorough update. So I'll pause on more updates for that project. But within the manager's report, we do touch on Shandoka Building F as it is still in progress with a completion date of late November. We have begun Virginia Placer Phase 2A, and that is looked to be completed in September 2026. And we have further down in the manager's report more about the Lift 7 area. So I'll wait on that as well when it comes to our housing projects. But moving on with community services, wanted to share that Elaine's Place is back on track with enrollment, and we only have one spot open remaining, but this is expected to be filled in early December when the child becomes eligible around turning 1. So Elaine's Place is looking great. We did get our real estate sales tax report. So for our real estate transfer tax, we are 63% of the budget, which is slightly lower than the anticipated 67% we are through the year. However, we still feel like we're on track to meet our 2025 budget revenues, but we'll continue to monitor this revenue closely. For sales tax, June sales tax collected in July has increased by 1% overall. Retail in town is down 25% compared to 2024, while retail food, beverage sales are up 6% compared to 2024. Revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals have grown by 15%. And July sales tax collected in August have declined 2% year over year. Retail is up 2%, while food and beverage is down 8%. And lodging is flat. For our short-term rental excise tax for affordable housing, this revenue source has increased by 15.9% for June and 0.4% for July. Year to date, this tax is up 19% year over year compared to 2024. For our town lodgers tax, revenues from the source increased by 14.8% for June compared to 2024, decreased 0.7% for July. Year to date, the tax revenue is up 12% year over year compared to 2024. And all of those details are found in the packet. For historic preservation, planning and building, the council will approve in November the awards for our 2025 preservation awards. The CLG annual report, so certified local government annual report, was going to be presented to HARC in October for input and then approval to council in November. So that to come. For planning, the comprehensive plan on September 11th, P&Z held a work session to provide continued input on planning documents and discussion points. There will be a community advisory committee roundtable in late October. And we still encourage everyone to look at our lovely first initial survey that is very brief, and that continues to be open. There will be a P&Z training on September 25th, and our building and the Western Soap Planning Conference is going to be attended by our lovely planners, Kristen and Ben. For building, on October 7th, the building division will host a free lunch at Rebecca Hall to share our updates on our recent adopted building codes with contractors, builders, and architects. And on August 27th, the building officials inspector attended training in Eagle hosted by Mountain Times 2030 on the new state mandated wildfire and resiliency code and the model low energy carbon code. So they are maintaining those trainings and staying up to date on all of those pieces. Parks and Rec, for our facilities and park maintenance, town park curfew changes October 1st from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. Campground closes for the season on October 6th, and the Hanley Rink will open October 8th. So that team is in preparation for making ice. Moving on just for special events, I'll skip to what is upcoming. And we have the Kodo 50th birthday bash on October 4th and the horror show on October 3rd and 4th. Then I'll go to Public Works, and Tiff, I think Kyle is online hopefully as well to answer any questions. But just to go through what's in the manager's report, our accessibility ramp project is now complete on October 1st. And Telluride Gravel will do mill and asphalt patchbacks on the newly installed ramps along Colorado Avenue. I think they've begun some of that work today as well to ensure the smoother transitions and better blending with the roadway. Special attention areas will be by Aspen and Colorado, where the asphalt patch in front of Chase Bank requires additional adjustments to remove the hump that's currently present at the center of the patch. Once complete, this will improve the accessibility and create a smoother transition. However, there has been a steep grade at South Aspen, and the slope at this location will remain steeper than other ramps. But in order to maintain drainage with the current flow lines and slope compliance, to try to get as close to the ADA guidelines, they are going to do some of that extra work. So they'll get closer to compliance and improve the accessibility relative to the prior conditions as well. Any questions for Kyle before I move on? More of his update on?
Well, I did notice this one, and I do, just going through town, it's kind of obvious that
All noticed it, yep.
it's a weird bump. It's easy to see it. And part of it is that there is a raised pedestrian crossing there. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact terminology, but you know what I mean. Would it be possible to move that sort of raised sidewalk to the other side of the intersection, to the western side of the intersection, and perhaps that would more easily accommodate a smoother, lower angle transition for it?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Gotcha. Yeah. So there's always that opportunity to just remove a crosswalk. That would be the easiest solution. I'd say give this a shot once the milling gets completed through that to see what that patchwork looks like, because by all means it'll remain to be steep, but there are going to be greater and steeper ramps that already exist throughout town. So I definitely appreciate that being a solution. And if this ramp does not work out, in the opinion of everybody, yes, we can make those transitions. The ultimate solution, which is a lot more work than just ramp replacement, would be changing the actual alignment of Colorado to sheet flow from the north to the south to be able to lower that transition. But of course, that requires some utility relocates. That would be my better solution than just eliminating that crosswalk at that particular location. Because as you're aware, even on the west side, those are pretty significant ramps as well, especially on the northwest corner. That is by all means not an ideal ramp. And that's another challenge we're going to have to face here in the future because of that tiered raised sidewalk and that huge elevation difference from the sidewalk down to Aspen on the northwest corner. So we still have some challenges ahead. So where even if we did move it over to the west, we'd have to keep chasing it just because of the natural grade of our streets. So I'd say let's revisit that once we get that patchwork in, and we can look at kind of that change we're doing as we, we're working on it as we speak. It'll be milled. It's milled today, and we'll be doing that patchwork here in the next couple of days. So let's look at that and then see what we think, and then we can come up with some different alternatives if we feel that's necessary.
Thanks for that input, Kyle. I'll keep that in mind. I'll let this process play out, but let's stay flexible if we feel this is not working as it should in the future. Thank you.
I just want to make a side note that just the sidewalk up Aspen itself, that percent grade. So there's challenges just even walking up that current sidewalk. So that if the asphalt, the steepness of the asphalt is going to be less than what that sidewalk is going up Aspen. So just be aware of that as well, to where the pedestrians walking up Aspen, it's actually less grade getting out of that ramp once we have this change made here in the next few days.
Kyle, just a quick point of clarification. What is sheet flow?
So right now, Colorado has it's a crown street where in the center of the road, it crowns into each direction. So you have stormwater flow that sheets off to the north, and then from the center line, it also goes to the south to the curb and gutter. So sheet flow would be where the whole street actually drains in one direction. So it would drain from the north to the south. And so by eliminating that crown in the street, you can actually catch grade to actually lower the street. So it wouldn't be such a drastic rise from the curb and gutter, the flow line up to the road. So by changing the profile, cross profile of Colorado, it would actually be able to lower the street. But of course, you can imagine that's a lot of excavation, utility relocates. but it is possible to change that grade in Colorado.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to make any assumptions. Perfect.
Great. Ashley has her hand up, so she'll fire away some questions at you.
Hi, Kyle. Just you explaining that to me, I had a couple of red flags that went up in my mind, mostly being that the north side of our street, or the way that you're talking about the flow, that would be towards our shady side, which could prevent or present issues in the wintertime when that already kind of turns into a sheet of ice, if that's where the water would be intended to flow just by the natural topography of our area. And I'm just curious if that's a concern, getting rid of that kind of more domed street design and creating that sheet flow.
Great question. And this would just be for that particular side of the intersection. And because it's right next to Aspen, it's not redirecting the flow down Colorado to the east. It would actually continue that flow. So it would intercept at the ramp and it actually go down Aspen, where you have a really significant grade to get it, naturally to to the river. So it wouldn't be redirecting it. I agree with you. I wouldn't recommend redirecting it down Colorado, as that is our shady side that has a lot of icing issues. That flow would actually be redirected down Aspen.
Thanks. Yeah, it feels like, these projects kind of turn into whack-a-mole, where it's like you hit one and then another one springs up, just because, we have a lot of unique, challenges in our area, some of them being because of the historic nature of streets and spaces, and then some just being the fact that we're in the mountains. So trying to anticipate where new moles might pop up.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that, because you're absolutely right. We got to think of the complete streets concept, because once you make one change, what is the effect, and other critical points that could come up by those decisions we make. So I appreciate all of that. And, I rely on a lot of people that have the historical knowledge, and we definitely include that into our designs that we come up with.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle, for educating on that potential, but not what we're working on right now. Just want to make that clear for everyone. And that we are simply doing the mill and overlay to better that grade as detailed in the manager's report. And we'll continue these conversations if that solution is not the solution. But I think that additional information for council is helpful so that they're better educated on all of the potentials out there. But
And then I've got a question for Kyle. I think the listeners would love to hear, a little bit of summary on kind of the West Pacific area. It seems it's been a lot of work for a long time, kind of on that, 600, 700 block of West Pacific. And just, kind of how do we get here, where we are, and what the future holds? Because there's a lot going on.
yeah, and that was going to be my next update to move on to.
that
So
one, okay,
maybe I
great.
can provide that update quickly, Kyle, and then we can add any additional pointed questions as well. So in the manager's report, moving on to the Pacific Avenue improvements, as we all know that the town's undertaking the critical improvements, the intersection of South Davis and West Pacific, to strengthen the roadway conditions, stormwater drainage, and enhance pedestrian safety. Right now, and just kind of to Teddy's point, the project in its entirety was always meant to go through December, so it is a lengthy project. So what is happening, or what's the scope of work in that? So the intersection of Davis and West Pacific are now fully closed from September 22nd through October 10th. And that's to install the stamped concrete sidewalks, the construction of the stormwater valley panes to improve the drainage, and the asphalt patching and roadway restoration. I won't go through the details, but for those that are interested about the traffic and access, so obviously South Davis is closed through traffic for construction, but the access of the north of Davis and Pacific remain open, and that the intersection will be maintained via the South Townsend Street and the Southern Alley, ensuring the residents and businesses access along Pacific Avenue east of Davis, as well as south of Davis and the alley, are accessible. So Carhenge and those businesses do remain accessible. But the next steps for this, the Davis Pacific intersection closure is scheduled to remain through Friday, October 10th, as mentioned. But once that intersection reopens, crews will shift to the 700 block of West Pacific for asphalt paving and final improvements. The 600 block of West Pacific will follow with demolition, concrete prep, and paving in early October. And then the landscaping, irrigation, restoration will be deferred to late season construction and finalized in the spring of 2026. I do want to commend Kyle and his team and Lindsay, our communications staff, who have been keeping that Engage page up to date weekly. So that's bit.ly/TOT Pacific Avenue. And they put the key dates of exactly what's happening every single week within that project. And the history of all of that is on that page as well. So if anyone is curious of everything that has happened, the length of the project and why, it's very valuable to do that.
And sorry, Zoe, it does just in the manager's report, I'm sorry, there is just a small typo on that bit.ly link. There is an extra F before the avenue. So it is
Oh, no.
Ave, no F in there for anybody who's looking at that attachment. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't know how that snuck in there.
And I'm already signed up for the text alerts, which are great. Can you remind the listening public how to sign up for those?
Yeah, so please just text Pacific, PACIFIC. Don't do what I did and add an extra F to 38276. And then all of those updates that are on the Engage page, you also get weekly from those text message notifications. So it's very helpful to follow along of where that project is. So with that.
And all projects.
And all
actually.
projects, yep.
I love the text alerts.
Yep.
And we're involved in a lot of the conversations, but getting the alerts as to what's going on makes it really easy to plan your day.
And I very much appreciate council too being on those and helping the community to encourage them to get on that as well.
It's awesome.
If you have any pointed questions after that, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, just I think the listeners would like to just, again, you don't have to belabor it in a long way, but just quickly how we got to where we are. It's obviously to the, a lot of the locals, it seems like that West Pacific is taking a long time. I know it was part of the schedule to come through the fall, but a quick summary on that I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I can kind of give you a quick summary of that. And as always stated, we are on schedule. There is no delay on where we're at with that project. And I know specifically there is a lot of comments and questions in regards to the specific intersection at Pacific and Davis. Obviously, that's a main connector into a lot of those areas over there. As we do have the detours that still accommodate everything to remain open. That intersection is closed as they had to excavate out the intersection so that way we can put back the concrete valley pans, which are necessary for the stormwater transfer from one side of the street to the other, as well as the stamped red concrete that's going to connect those new bump out ramps. And so that's all been excavated, and the plan is to pour that back tomorrow. So TGI has that planned for both pours, both the valley pan and the crosswalks to occur tomorrow. But of course, with all concrete cure, you have to let it cure out before you can actually place any equipment on it. And so we're going to allow that cure to happen through the weekend. And then asphalt is planned to be placed back next week. As that coordination with our mill overlay program, you have the one, asphalt crew that's going to be doing our mill and overlay program, as well as fall back and take care of that intersection and get that open back up. The critical point of concrete for that cure is you want it to be able to set, which is usually 7 days to get to its standard density. And to get the density on asphalt, you have to have those vibratory rollers. So we can't put those rollers right next to the concrete, otherwise you'll just crack all the concrete. So that's why from the pour tomorrow, and then the asphalt coming next Monday, Tuesday, and then that'll open up that intersection completely. And so that'll free up all those road closures to where then the project is going to move further down to the west. There's a couple sections of sidewalk that have to be poured back right across from their bar. Originally, we were going to just keep that as an all-weather surface until the PRV came in, which is a pressure reducing valve vault. And because of the delay of that vault coming in, we're going to go ahead and pour back that concrete. That way there's a complete sidewalk on both the north and south side. throughout the winter. And so that'll also occur next week. And then really the only closures we're going to see from this point on is going to be from South Tomboy over to Mahoney. That's where the remainder of the project's going to take a little bit of time for that 10-foot sidewalk to be poured. But it should be able to free up the West Pacific from Tomboy to Davis, including that intersection, hopefully within the next week. Is the ultimate goal is to be able to open that back up fully to traffic and pedestrians.
Great. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. Any other questions for Kyle before we?
I have a couple more for him that we can just run through. So we have our paving program, which is the mill and overlay, September 29th through the 1st, which is the asphalt overlay that you'll see on Colorado Avenue, Pine to Alder, and as well as some of our side streets. And we are very grateful that the parklets that were within the overlay zone have been removed October 1st. Again, I just kind of want to reiterate where a lot of this is coming from as well. And kudos to Kyle and his team over the years for this great, consistent, proactive work. From our community survey, we did get the input that streets was one of the biggest concerns of our community. So Kyle's work and making sure that we maintain our streets in a regular manner and keeping up with them is something to be commended. So thank you for doing this, Kyle. And I know it can be inconvenient to have a street closure, but overall, I am grateful that we'll have much more healthier streets, which came out of, can you remind me, Kyle, we have a index, we did a study to show which streets needed it, and we're following those recommendations to bring them to a better grade is what I'm gonna.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called a PCI. It's a pavement condition index, and it's a piece of equipment that goes and runs the profile of the streets, but it takes laser readings as well as photos to determine the existing condition. And so we take that information so we actually can prioritize the streets that we're maintaining based on the annual budget that we have. And so with that, it gives us a grade. And for simplicity, it's basically a poor, fair, good rating. And our ultimate goal is to get everything to that good rating, which then we submit to the HUTF, the Highway User Tax Fund, which is money that comes in to help with the restoration of our streets. And so as of right now, for the past 3 years, we've been hitting this pretty aggressively to see a major improvement. And by next year, the ultimate goal is to have all the streets rated at a fair or majority good condition overall.
Thank you for that. And the rest of the is just the Mahoney Bridge replacement, which I won't get into, and the Public Works Facility expansion for those that might be interested to read the manager's report. For water, wastewater, the sanitary sewer line rehabilitation. So that's what you see along the valley floor, and that's the UV trenchless technologies that are completing planned pipelining within the town. And then also just a note of black flow testing requirements that our wastewater and our water division wanted to add in. So that courtesy notice when testing is due is 45 days from the previous year's test. If you are overdue or fail, the test notification is not complete. 45 days 40 days of the previous year's test, then water shut off notices if testing or failed notice is ignored. So if property owners have questions about their backflow assembly, you must call the water division at 970-729-8548. So we appreciate everyone being on top of those. It is critical for us as well. And also we did the River Confluence Restoration Project. There had been significant accumulation of material, mainly from 2 major 2024 rainfall events that triggered mudslides and debris flows from Royal Gulch. So Public Works initiated this project earlier, and it was a great success. You can see some of these great pictures, and trail restoration has been completed. So a great successful project. So thank you for that, Kyle. All right. That's all we have for Public Works. And then we can head into some of these other points in the manager's report if you'd like to continue.
Great, please do.
Okay. I will ask our partners from Servitas to give a update on our Canyonlands Affordable Housing Project. So if you can unmute them Tiffany?
Good morning. My name is Angel Rivera. I am Executive Vice President of Servitas, providing an update on the Canyonlands and Tower House residential developments on Colorado Avenue. The projects are behind schedule. We are working through a series of challenges. They range from unforeseen site conditions, unknown utilities that cross the site, utility capacity, manners, coordination with neighbors, and plan modifications resulting from those things and from other ideas that could come up along the way. All while trying to remain obviously within the agreed upon HARC and permitting guidelines that we've already committed to. Working with town staff and working with our team, we've made significant progress in this regards. We expect the apartments, the for rent product, to be open to the public, to residents in the third quarter of 2026. So less than 12 months from now. And then the for sale component, the Tower House, to be opening a little bit later, probably in the fourth quarter of 2026. We have not made any compromises to quality of the product, just trying to work through the different challenges that we found as we started digging, and the coordination of those, and then the resulting changes when we made those changes. But all in all, we're very proud of where we're going. We made some good recent progress regarding site work and foundation pads, and big leaps on the design side regarding the utility connections, site grading, garage heights, etc. Over the next 30 days, we expect to see significant progress on the site, trying to take advantage of kind of this last month before it gets a little too cold for some of the concrete work. And despite of these challenges, we're working hard to get it done and working hand in hand with your staff to make sure that we do the best we can for Telluride and for the residents who sorely need this house. Do you have any questions?
And I before questions, I do want to maybe take the opportunity to define this relationship for the public of a public-private partnership. I think this is our first public-private partnership, and Lance, you can double check anything that I'm saying, or James, if you're on. And James is on, so if you want to unmute him too. So unlike a lot of our other projects where the town is the lead developer, where we contract out and oversee the project, Servitas is the main contractor on this. They oversee the project. So while staff is here to support them and help, they are the ones that are running this project to see it through fruition. And that is why they are here to present rather than town staff doing it. So we appreciate this partnership and this new way of engaging in our affordable housing. And just wanted to better define that. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, James, as well.
Zoe, I think you nailed it. Again, we're trying something new here. We've never done a public-private partnership, but Servitas is serving as the town's developer on these projects, as opposed to the town being the developer. So Servitas is managing the project, has hired the general contractor. Our contract is with Servitas, as opposed to with the architects or the general contractor, as you might be more used to seeing on other town projects. Happy to take any questions on that structure.
So with that, I think pose your questions appropriately, Council. Thank you.
Great. I'll start. Thank you for the update. Good news about the schedule and how quickly affordable housing can be added to the inventory. My only comment, and Zoe knows I've been hard on her, and James as well, is that that is the gateway into Telluride, and we need to make sure that not only for the immediate neighbors in a tight neighborhood, that it looks as good as it can, and going above and beyond the call for fencing, how equipment is stored, cleanups, et cetera. I mean, you're a developer, the drill, and it just needs to look a little better. And I think that eventually, if you don't make it look better, we're going to hear it from a lot of our constituents and ultimately through us again. Great job. We're excited for the PPP and getting housing added into the inventory quickly, but just wanted to make that point. James, I don't know if you're responding to me or to add, but we're happy to unmute you.
Thanks so much, Mayor Errico. While we were talking about, I wanted to take this opportunity while we were talking about the site cleanup that has been heard loud and clear and communicated to the team. I just wanted to say perhaps for the listening audience, on the Tower House site in particular, the development team has run into repeated vandalism issues related to the green fencing around the site that has been ripped down 5 or 6 different times by unknown parties. If you're listening, could you please stop doing that? The instructions have been to keep the corners of the green fencing clear to help improve sight lines for driving traffic. We believe that to be the reason for the vandalism, but the last couple times, all of the fencing has been torn down, and has been a challenge for this general contractor and not something we're used to seeing in this community. So we certainly believe it's a specific issue that folks are trying to remedy. We would love to work together with the community to find the best solution there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Should we put cameras up?
I can talk to IT and how we could do that from an infrastructure perspective without power source right there, but I don't know. We can work at that.
Well, I mean, there's
Actually, sorry, we'll work with Servitas to look into that, and I'll let James work with the group and see if that's a possibility.
I'm sure there are some HOAs directly in the vicinity that would be happy to help if power is the biggest concern.
Any other questions from council?
I had similar thoughts to me and I agree. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the update. Unless there's any other questions. And we will, Zoe, what I'm thinking about doing is moving forward on 2A3 and 2A4.
Yep.
And then Kevin, if you're cool with it, we will probably start up with the attorney's report. I am guessing after THA.
That's great. So I will ask Delaney if you could come up and give us an update on our rental policy implementations.
Thanks for taking this one right now. I hope you were able to use the information in the memo. I modeled it after the last two as a way to ease that information for you. And I would entertain questions, I suppose. I think it's rather self-explanatory, hopefully.
Yeah. Thanks, Delaney. I think you and your staff have done a lot of work clearly collecting all this data and working to present it in a concise and digestible way. So I think there is a lot of information here. I do in particular appreciate the addition of the unit vacancy information in this packet, and that's good because I think that helps me understand what's going on the ground. We hear or I at least hear anecdotal things in the community at times, and it's nice to see what the actual data is. On that note, it does appear that there is a pretty significant number of vacancies currently in our housing system. Some of it appears to be we don't have staff capacity to adequately address maintenance concerns while these units are being turned over and are vacant. So that would be my first comment. Do you agree with that assessment? Do you think that there is would additional staffing help that, or are there other issues going on? I'll start there.
Yes,
Okay.
additional staffing would help. We currently contract out with two people actually who are assisting with some of the unit turn basics. And one person of those two is helping with rather significant renovation in units that have, let me back up a second. One of the things we're coming across as we are implementing these policies is those multiple roommate households that have had inherited units in excess of 9 years. We have one that was 17 years, are starting to dissipate, move out on their own, move away from the area, various things that's in some of the narrative within the memo of where people are going who are moving out. Those units have become very difficult. So we're contracting out with professional carpenters, drywallers, plumbers. So the one thing that isn't in here that I think is worth noting, and I apologize, I just wasn't sure how to present it. The vacancy of the units is the current vacancy. It doesn't include the 12 to 15 units that have been reoccupied that were vacant that have been getting turned. We're on a track to do 3 to 5 at a time to try to expedite the units that we can do more quickly to get them reoccupied. So just as a data point on that.
I think I'll help with that narrative a little bit. So yes, potentially staff, but most importantly, the fact of the amount of work needed when these units are vacated is not just a quick turn, but more of a renovation that we are now getting the opportunity to take advantage of. It just takes longer to complete that work. And that's why that was separated out. And in no way are these vacancies due to lack of interest or ability to fill it, but more taking the opportunity to bring them up to a standard of living of our other units.
Thank you, Zoe. That's very well put.
You know, I was thinking about this. I mean, we obviously had this conversation. I'm wondering if, you know, if there are people that are on the list that would not maybe necessarily mind moving into a unit and then being able to have the work done while they're in the unit, depending on the level of that work. You know, I think that it's maybe not ideal, but I feel like any of us would prefer to know that we have a stable roof over our head and deal with a little bit of an inconvenience. And even if we were to provide a rental discount or something of that nature for the inconvenience of kind of going through that process, like I would love to maybe try and explore that if that's a possibility, but I don't know. Again, I don't totally understand what the upgrades that need to be occurring are, if it's just fixing a stove or whatever it could potentially be. So
And we are doing that.
Okay.
Actually, to help expedite some of the unit turns if we know that a stove is 25 years old and we would prefer to get someone in there. We have asked a couple of people and they have done that, or we're waiting on an order of new blinds because the blinds were broken. So we are doing what you're suggesting to an extent. The other thing that is happening is unreported. So I'm going to have a shameless plug like someone like James did earlier on the Canyonlands. If you are a tenant in our property, it is actually your responsibility to let us know if there is a problem in your apartment. When things go unaddressed for years, it creates a whole other host of problems and carries over to other inhabited apartments. So yes, we are trying to expedite with minimal things, but I'm going to just say morally, we do not feel comfortable moving people into some apartments until a certain level of work is completed. We have had to replace at least 5 or 6, I have 5 in my head, bathtubs or shower enclosures due to ongoing water leaks. And it's just the extent of the work. As Zoe pointed out, we are not comfortable moving people into units until we know that they are safer.
that's fine. I mean, I don't think that we need to do it for everything. I'm just wondering if there's a way to sort of shrink that number and fill if we can. But if you're doing that, then that's fine.
I was happy to put in the vacancy list that we actually have offers pending. What we're also seeing all of a sudden, not to negate what Zoe said, but to an extent, some of the people at the top of our lists who are in housing right now and we're making them offers, it doesn't sound like maybe they're in as dire a position for housing as it has been stated, because they're not accepting our offers. We're doing our best to give everybody at least 72 hours to make a decision, because it is a big deal to move. We can narrow it down to 24 hours. We just don't think that's fair with how busy everyone is. And that creates this cascading effect of, if the first 3 people we offer it to decline after 72 hours, it just, the runway for getting people in units also gets expanded a bit.
There's not much you can do there.
And so on that note, that was a bit of another question I have. Obviously, there is a decent degree of vacancy. There is a decent degree of turnover amongst this as well. Amongst our housing units, if you were to break it down into rental months, so for our entire set of projects, there's close to 300 units. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. If you have
212 units in a 47-bed boarding house.
Thank you. So times that by 12 months in a year, you get total number of rental months in a year for the town of Telluride's housing stock. Are you able to give a number or a percentage, approximately, if that's what you have, of vacancies out of those total rental months in this last year? A difficult question, and one we can perhaps come back to.
Maybe come back to
Go
that.
back.
Yeah, I think
That's a hard and technical question, but
I don't want to miss.
I have a note.
It's like scratch paper.
yeah.
I don't want to.
You would like a vacancy
Vacancy rate.
percentage rate,
Vacancy percentage
Yep.
rate is
Okay.
what I'm trying to
a monthly
get it
vacancy
grasped.
percentage rate. I mean, I don't know if that's something that, yeah, we could, let me work with Delaney on these data points.
Because that again, without rehashing the whole debate that
Yep.
we went through for a long period of last time, I still have skepticism of the effectiveness of this program. And I think some of this data is showing that it is not supporting many of our residents, both with the high cost for what we're delivering. I think that some of what Delaney is reporting, where when households are seeing large rent increases, they have a preference for our newer projects as well. One of the things we debated about was the idea that there should be equity amongst our housing projects, and many people of many different incomes can reside in different ones. I don't think in practice our system is playing out in that way. So those are some initial thoughts I have. I don't need to get too into the weeds with the debate that we went over for a very extended time last year. But one last question before I yield my time, specifically on Sunnyside B20. That is the units with the longest vacancy on it, and the note was CSD hold until Maint Tech. I just want to understand what that means.
We are making an effort to have one of our maintenance staff residing at each of our properties if possible. We didn't have anyone living at Sunnyside until a week ago when our new maintenance manager started. He moved in there. So it has been a hold for this entire time, because that's how long we've been recruiting for that maintenance tech position. And we absorbed that cost ourselves because we really need to have maintenance people on site. I had a conversation with the new maintenance manager and what his preference would be, whether it would be to have a second person at Sunnyside or somebody at Voodoo, because we currently don't have anyone living at Voodoo, but the only town employee unit we have is a 3-bedroom. So we might hang on to Sunnyside B20 just because we need to have people on site who can take care of issues. And that one's the furthest out of town.
Thank you.
Great. Eleanor?
Yeah, I don't know if I need you to like get into the weeds of the data, but I was wondering if you had any like observation of giving offers and them not being accepted on the wait list, and like a correlation with kind of the natural like lease endpoints we have in town. Like obviously it doesn't apply to everyone, but in general, leases kind of start and begin around the off seasons for most people. And I wonder if you've observed anything, you know, if you go to someone in February and offer them a room, there's a good chance that they couldn't get out of the lease that they're in to take the room. Am I asking my question correctly?
I think so. Our leases renew all over the course of the year.
Right.
There are no, except for at the newer properties where everybody moved in at the same time, they're spread out quite a bit. When we know in advance that someone is planning on moving out, we are actually working with the communications division on some proactive documentation that people know that is available. We send it to them, but it could be available online if they know they're going to be moving out. What we've been running into is minimal notice from tenants lately that they're moving out, and then the unit goes into the queue for unit turns. We would like to be more proactive and make those offers. We simply don't know sometimes well enough in advance that units are going to be coming available. Thank you to the tenants who have been giving us more than 60 days notice at this point, because it is very, very helpful. And we do a pre-move out walkthrough with them so that we can say, here's the 4 areas, for example, you need to focus on before you move out. And we can plan ahead if we need to order a new appliance. So timing being of the essence, when we can offer units in advance, we absolutely do, because people do have to give notice to their existing landlords, which is another factor in some of these vacancy lengths, to answer Dan's earlier question.
Okay, I'm not sure if I got my question necessarily answered. Have you noticed that people are accepting offers more in like April and November specifically? Okay.
Not really.
Because I think every lease I've had has like correlated with one of the off seasons. So if somebody came to me and offered me an apartment in July, I'd be like, well, I'm in a 12-month lease and we're in the middle of it right now. So I just wonder if there's some kind of strategy around. We talked to, I don't know, I don't want to create more surveys.
Maybe,
'cause-
yeah.
But
But if possible, get more data around the answer of why people are not accepting.
yeah, and if there's something we can do about the strategy of timing, you know, let's aim to have all of these units ready in like April or May, so that as people's leases are running out, it's the appropriate time to have them filled.
I mean, and that makes sense to me. I mean, in my little vacuum, and I think this is one of those, I mean, you and I have talked about, I want to have some sort of a housing advisory committee made up of residents. And I think this is like one of those things like where they really can provide us input that is informed by experience versus, you know, us trying to inform based on our experiences. So I think it makes sense to me. I do. And I feel like I did hear that anecdotally at the end of the ski season, because I was actually specifically asking about a specific business and how many employees they had in our housing. And the comment was that a lot of them had moved out because the ski season was over. And so I think that there probably is some corollaries there that we can look at, but I think we need to know more. And
the only property that really affects is the boarding house, because those are seasonal workers. We have, if you look at the renewal chart through the course of the year, you can look at the numbers, and it's actually quite heavy in summer. We had a lot of July and August.
Yeah, I think Eleanor's point is less about our renewal timing and more about external renewal.
Yeah, like
timing
if someone's on the
others.
wait list and they're not accepting an offer, I feel like there's a good chance they might be in a lease contract if the timing isn't right. So you go to them and you say, hey, I have a 2-bedroom for you. And they're like, my lease doesn't end until, you know, April.
Yeah.
And they're just
I'm gonna
stuck.
lose 3 months rent if I terminate my lease.
Yeah. So I think, I just feel like that's something worth
potential.
exploring, because if we are having people turn down offers, I mean, the flip side of that is if they have something better on the free market, like amazing, love that. But I have a feeling there might be more going into those decisions. And I'm just going from my own experience leasing in town. Generally, I was locked into something for a while. So if a better opportunity came up, I wasn't necessarily able to jump on it.
So just just to clarify. When we send emails to people making an offer, if they then decline, we could send a follow-up with a couple of questions. Why did you decline? Is it because your lease? I'm
Mhm.
just trying to.
Yeah, I think we can work on a communication.
Or like maybe it's in the first email, because I feel like
Yeah.
the follow-up email, like the likelihood of someone responding to that, I feel like maybe it's the first ask, like, hey, do you want this? And if you're not going to take it, can you tell us why? Like it should all just be one email for efficiency and
And
response.
And
right?
we'll work on the technology piece to make it automated and efficient for data tracking. Okay.
Perfect.
Great. Ashley has her hand raised online. If you could, should be able to
I mean, the conversation progressed, but that I was going to chime in and say, yeah, it seems like we just need to gather data specific to if you're rejecting an offer, why are you rejecting that offer? But like I said, the conversation continued forward in that same manner. So I agree with that. Collecting that data, I think, would be really informative.
Great.
All right, one more thought, Mayor. Going back, you near the beginning of this conversation had mentioned roommate households, I think talking about multi-income earner roommates, sort of unrelated persons living together, and some reference to changing unit size or splitting those people up. I just wondered if you have other thoughts to share, just expand on that a little bit. Do you feel that the majority of those types of situations are wanting to split their household up into smaller household size or move into different unit types? Has that been your experience since this policy change?
I wouldn't say there's a majority on any side. We've had various responses. A few households have chosen to go into newer units, knowing that they were paying more rent and wanted to keep as a household. And we've had other apartments almost evenly say we are ready to split and go our separate ways. I tried to be as clear as possible on that vacancy. I'm sorry, on the relocation and move out piece in the bottom of the memo of reasons why, and that was more for vacating. It's across the board different. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Delaney? Well, Delaney, thank you very much. I appreciate diving into that information. It's really, really helpful how you broke it out. And then we'll go one more and then break for lunch. Sorry, everybody. I'm running this one late.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone who's hanging out, hanging on, even though we're past our agenda time. Lance, I might have you come up just in case. So this is just a quick update on the Lift 7 neighborhood planning. Really just wanted to hone in. We had a continuing our process with our meeting last month, and really dove into a lot of those details, but wanted to offer some clarity to this council, to anyone listening, really where we are in our relationship with the ski resort and how that relationship has worked and where it's going to, or how it's continuing. So the conception of we both independently had visions for our own land that we independently own. So in the town's case, this would be the Car Hinge site, and then also away from Chair 7, but connected the Lot L site. When we were going through the planning process, it was heard from the community to provide a more holistic design from the outset. When we first started, it was very focused on just the Car Hinge and Chair 7 piece. We added in Lot L. So to keep in that thread, we worked with the ski resort to present to the public both of our projects in their conception phase and get feedback in that way. So that led us to 2 MOUs. So the second one, which is now sunsetting because we have completed where we are in those independent designs. Moving forward, we will not be entering into a third MOU with the ski resort because the ski resort and us are continuing on our paths toward development applications. But the ski resort would have to independently put in their own development applications. This goes through HARC, P and Z. They also would have to do a rezoning, which would go to P and Z and council. And so there is more of a process that they would should they choose to go through independently, to work through that. And the town will continue on honing in on our designs for workforce housing, community, commercial, and the other aspects on our Carhenge site, as well as Lot L. So those will continue through any additional community engagement pieces, and of course, all of the opportunities within the development process through HARC, P and Z, and eventually council. I will just make the point here as I'm giving this update. So for the next steps of Track Y, this could involve site-specific development plans. So I'm just cautioning council not to opine on particulars or substance of potential or future development applications, as council sits as the appeal body for any future decisions by the lower board or commission. So that is why council cannot give an opinion right now on any of these aspects of Track Y, nor have you, because you cannot do that, just to protect yourselves from how you sit as the body of council. So with that, I just wanted to provide clarity for council, for the public, of kind of where we are in those next steps. Our communications manager has been asking for us to maybe define, instead of the Lift 7 neighborhood planning, and hone in more specifically on Carhenge Lot L, and maybe updating those titles to make it more clear for the public. So I heard loud and clear, and I think we'll look at that moving forward as well to help any of the confusion as we continue on with this process. So with that, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Lance, and great, and if council has any questions.
Great. Any questions for Zoe on that?
I think I just had sort of two questions / points. I think the first is, one of the things that we have heard consistently from that neighborhood is a desire to have staff and those in that group really determine the pathway from Lot L through Cimarron. And I think there have been some really good conversations both among staff and with that group. And I'd like to just make sure that we can continue those conversations.
Yeah, so we've been working with the HOA board. It will be up to them to be able to provide staff with direction, but we'll continue to have meetings with that board to hopefully have productive conversations on what they would like to see for that. The easement itself is really for skier access. So I think the ski resort would have to be part of those conversations as well. And that has existed, I think, even before Cimarron was built potentially, but that has been there for quite some time. And so that easement will be maintained. But obviously there are opportunities for us to continue to work together to enhance that to the best of its ability collaboratively, as long as they have a good singular voice to aid us in that direction.
Perfect. And then the only other point of clarification I wanted to bring up was parking specifically. I've seen some ads in the newspaper, and it feels as though there's a little confusion as to the 900 spaces and how we got to that number. And I can certainly speak to it, but I did just want to share that information with the listening public so that that 900 number is not quite as scary as it certainly sounds.
Yeah. I might have Lance come up just to help me with that number for the parking spaces, but where we are. So in our last meeting with council, it was discussed, we are still within the process. So that's why this is, I know it's difficult of where to pull most current information from or where it's coming from. I think even more holistically, a lot of the parking that is accounted for is parking that already exists in that area neighborhood, which is a narrative that we have been combating throughout this whole process. But even as we continue on honing in on some of these alternatives and the design, that parking number, it gets more defined as well. So I don't know if
So I think like that's what I want to just like level set expectations and understanding for the public. Specifically, and Lance, you correct me if I'm wrong, but The Shandoka lot currently has 322 spaces allocated to it. And so in order to build on that lot, we need to move those 322 spaces. The Shandoka lot has 314 allocated spaces.
So Carhen.
Sorry, what did I just say?
You said Shandoka twice.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I did, didn't I? Carhenge has 322 spaces. The Shandoka lot has 314 spaces. If we do build Lot L the way that we are anticipating with 50 to 70 deed restricted units, that would require 70 spaces, correct?
Yeah.
So that kind of gets us to that like 706 number of spaces that would be allocated. So in that 900 number that we're talking about, what we really are talking about when we're talking about adding a ton of additional parking, we are really looking at a little less than 200 spaces.
Yeah, that's approximately right.
Yeah.
I always use 320 for Shandoka, 288 for Carhenge. But the lot L right now is allocated to Cimarron, at a place, Double Diamond, and Shandoka. It's basically allocated for those uses and also for skier parking and also for public parking. It's over allocated. So the additional spaces that this plan would have in the neighborhood would be what Mian said, which is the spaces above and beyond the existing 600 plus spaces, plus the additional spaces that would be required for the new housing units on Lot L. And we're also adding commercial spaces and childcare and things like that. And they have parking requirements as well. So the net new spaces are around 200, and those would be for general commuter use and things like that. So that's kind of how that number was derived. Certainly, it's not going to solve every parking problem in the town of Telluride, but it does add more spaces to the town.
Can you also, on a similar note, clarify where residents of the proposed Carhenge development would be parking?
Okay, they are parked per the land use code on site.
Great. Thank you. I feel like that's been a point of confusion. So the Carhenge development will not use the parking that we're building on Lot L necessarily. They'll have their own parking built on site on Carhenge.
The idea is to park the residential units. Right now, we have some commercial that's being proposed. Some of that commercial does not have a parking requirement per the land use code, like restaurants. And that's just the same as it is everywhere in town. There may be some spaces for the commercial uses that might be located in Lot L, but we haven't gone down that road very
But
far.
the residents of
Residents, yeah.
Carhenge will be parking on site, not in lot.
That's correct.
So we'll we'll allocate what's the word I'm looking for? We'll delegate. We'll assign, no.
Just finish the sentence.
But we'll have parking for the new development at Carhenge on the Carhenge site. So that's not relying on Lot L to provide parking for that.
Yes, and there, like I said, depending on how we do the commercial parking on site, everything could be fitting on Carhenge. It could be that we, for other reasons, have some of that parking in Lot L, but that would be minimal. Again, there's not that much commercial square footage contemplated on Lot L, and a lot of that does not have a parking requirement, so. Pretty simple.
I was looking for the word accommodating parking on that site. is what I was- Yeah.
Ashley's got her hand raised, so we'll get to Ashley.
Sorry, guys. I'm raising my hand, but the discussion continues forward. It's the trouble of being remote. We talked, Zoe gave a really good description and explanation about the proposed development that would be on Telsky's lot is no longer going to be included in our future plans as part of a larger project altogether. But I also just feel like we needed to clarify for the public that property is and has been owned by Telsky. So any rezone that would happen with it would need to go through all of the regular processes that we have established, that even if it was included in with our project as part of a bigger vision, that requirement for the rezoning would still stand, and they would have to go through all of the appropriate processes in order to get it rezoned, regardless of if they were in partnership with us in any way. And I feel like that kind of, again, if we're doing kind of a clarification on a lot of these projects through this process is like explaining that and then continuing in that same vein that if in the future Telsky decides that they want to continue with any potential rezoning of their property, that is their right. And then they could continue with that process and ask for the rezoning. So sorry, like I said, the conversation continued further, but I just wanted to bring that up as a point of clarification before we moved off of this topic.
I wanted to clarify one thing as well. All the parking that's required at Carhenge could also occur on the Carhenge lot as well. Even including the commercial. It's just not
Right.
that many spaces to find, so.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But thank you for that reiteration again, Ashley. And I think, yeah, it continues to be important that the MOUs were very specific on just a collaborative design aspect, knowing that they had a potential to maybe look at a hotel site, but it has always been separate on independent lands with independent processes. And we are at that stage now to continue that on, and no additional MOU is required.
Great. Any further questions of council? All right, Zoe, thank you. We will pick up on with attorney's reports after THA, and we will adjourn for lunch. Okay, we are going to restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. It is 1:04 p.m. We are hybrid as well as in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue. We'd also like to welcome Geneva back in.
Sorry, I was late.
No, we're excited to have you for the afternoon, so thank you for coming. That will bring us to our next agenda item, which is familiar after lunch break, and that is public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. Overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room that is here for public comment? Okay. We also have somebody really excited for public comment and is already standing at the podium. Mr. Tully, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. So I was canceled, I think most clearly by Kodo back on July 23rd without due process. A commentary, I was on a good roll, an inspired roll this early summer, producing a number of those 3-minute commentaries. And this was characterized by Julia Caulfield, whom I've been civically acquainted with since she started here some 6 years ago. So let me just play that. Also, I'm up for the Ecology Commission under Ruthie Boyd. I've been acquainted with Ms. Boyd since writing workshop with Jonathan Thompson, if you're familiar with that writer, that regional writer. I've shared an interesting common experience on the desolation in the Great Canyons at Green River, probably some 40 years different time, but this would be an excellent commission to serve on, and I think I'm amply qualified. There are issues that
And
go
we
to
and we
this
will
as
give
well.
you an opportunity to speak at the appointment as well, if you'd
Yes,
like.
anything you wish to bring up, but let me just play this. And there we go.
Hi, this is Doug Tooley. I am chilling this week from way overdoing it. And as such, I have something simple this week.
July
A
23rd.
very beautiful song about immigration with a poem by the Kentucky man of letters and traditional small farmer Wendell Berry. The musical artists are Gaby Moreno and Jackson Brown. A thousand footprints in the snow, reveal a secret no one can define. The river flows on like a breath in between our life and death. Tell me who will be next to cross the borderline. The peace of wild things. When despair for the world grows in me and I wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be. I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water and the great heron feeds. I come into the peace of wild things who do not tax their lives with forethought of grief. I come into the presence of still water, and I feel above me the day-blind stars waiting with their light. For a time, I rest in the grace of the world and am free. Still sad. En nos llama más allá. But hope remains enthroned. Oh, yeah, Dan Cobalt, you have a challenger next year in 2027. Actually, I can't run against him, but that's another story for another day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Amy?
Okay, so there will be three of us talking about this topic, and the topic is Sunday. And maybe this works better?
That's great.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Kick. I've lived here since '79. I'm one of the very lucky ones. Anyway, back in late spring or early summer, I got a message from my political favorite group called Third Act, an organization Bill McKibben founded when he turned 60. And he calls it his Third Act. And in this appeal, he said, finally, we can do something positive. All around the world, prices for solar energy have fallen drastically. Here in the US, we pay on average 3 times as much, and still it is cheaper right now than any other energy. So he said, let's celebrate this. Let's get together and make it known to the world that this is happening and that here in America, we can do it too. And it is happening everywhere. And so I asked Amy as the representative of the Friends of Democracy and Bärbel as the representative of the People's March, could we take the September March to make it Sunday along with this country and practically the world? And they both said yes. And Bärbel will tell you a little bit about our event here in Telluride. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bärbel Hacke, and I just want to give you a short review what happened Sunday a week ago, which was a national and worldwide event called Sun Day. Sun, capital letter S-U-N, Day. And the citizen of Telluride and surrounding neighbors participated in a beautiful event, which happened at noon in front of the San Miguel Courthouse. And we had a march, but before the march, we had speeches, also a poem from a young student about Earth Day. And then we had demonstration or demos of solar panels, hung it over the railing at the San Miguel County, and also e-bikes, real bicycles, and some e-cars. And with that, the participation was wonderful, and it was a sunny day. Even it's okay not to have the sun, because the solar energy can be what? Can be gathered even on a cloudy day. Can be gathered even on a cloudy day. And that is a short review. And we were very positively energized to work for solar power here in Telluride and beyond. And we had a petition, and the ones who have signed, that is for the mayor and the town council, which I want to give you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Eddie.
Welcome, everybody.
Hi, I'm Amy Levick, and I'm here besides representing my friends, also representing Friends of Democracy. There are a number of things that we talked about on Sunday, and in particular, as Bearable mentioned, balcony solar. And I think balcony solar kind of represents the small scale stuff that could be done. And what I'm here to ask you about is to look at some different things that the town can do to make it easier for people to do some of the small scale things. So first might be more incentives and fee waivers. I know that you've got programs in the climate action plan that talk about grants and that also talk about things that the town is doing on projects, which is great. But what about getting local citizens involved on their own? Two is small scale information on small scale and education for the public from the town, from EcoAction, from San Miguel Power, wherever it comes from. Let people know what's possible for them. More regional collaboration. Some of the barriers to small scale are at SMPA level. There's a metering problem that the state of Utah looked into, that sometimes when small scale is plugged into the system, people end up getting charged for it instead of it being something that they should be getting credit for. So that's kind of a power company thing, not necessarily town, but by working with SMPA and others in the region, maybe there's some solutions. Financial support for individual small scale projects. I know that you have grant programs, but I know it's budget season. Maybe there's some more that can be done as far as that's concerned. And then I know you're considering the electrical code. There's some revisions that it would make it easier to do some of the small scale stuff. So hopefully that's included in it. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to become an expert on the electrical code at this point. The other thing is implement all these sooner. The sooner, the better. So thank you all. Hopefully some of this can be encouraged into your goals and objectives and planning for the future.
Great. Amy, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment for the room. Tiffany, is there anybody online? Okay, great. Public comment is officially closed. That brings us to agenda item number 4, presentations and proclamations. 4A, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming October as the 50th anniversary of Kodo Radio. And this is proclamation number 4, series 2025, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, honoring Kodo on its 50th anniversary. Whereas Kodo Radio celebrates 50 years on the air as a non-commercial, non-underwritten community radio station. And whereas Kodo lost 25% of its budget during this milestone year, but is still smiling through the tears. And whereas Kodo's mission to inform, educate, and entertain while reflecting the needs, desires, and diversity of its community has remained the same since October 3rd, 1975. And whereas Kodo remains a pillar of Telluride culture as the last outpost of freewheeling mountain town mischief, nonconformist creativity, and freedom of expression, despite attempts by the federal government to silence Kodo. And whereas Kodo will work to protect civil liberties, embrace varied experiences, and give the middle finger to anyone who threatens to pull funding because of it. And whereas Kodo is the catch-all for community events, from street parties to ski swaps, but will not be bringing back the doodah no matter how many times you ask. And whereas Kodo is fiercely independent and committed to supplying the region with high-quality program, emergency alerts, and unbiased local news in both English and Spanish. And whereas Kodo will hand a microphone to anyone who walks through the door. And whereas Kodo dutifully fulfilled its most important responsibility as an essential service in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and will never let you forget it. And whereas Kodo is home to many treasured volunteer DJs who are the heart and soul of the radio station and show up for their shifts 91.7% of the time. And whereas if it weren't for a vision of our founding fathers, Jerry Green and Jim Bedford, or the dedication of Kodo stalwarts such as No Man, Jerry Bonifiglio, The Bird, Baba Louie, The Flying Pharaoh, Hectic Eclectic, the Roadhog, KP, Rockin' Rob, Jumpin' Jan, and the Lucy Show, Kodo would likely not exist today. And whereas Kodo Radio proudly marks a half a century on the air, thanks to a generous support of this community, join us in celebrating the voice of a valley, a rare medium, well done, a radio station that does it almost like the professionals, only better. Funding may fall, but our voices never will. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Telluride, Colorado, that Kodo Community Radio be recognized for its invaluable service to the community, important contributions to the fabric of San Miguel County, and for 50 glorious years on the air, including this year, despite the circumstances, proclaimed this 30th day of September, 2025. And I'd also like to remind everyone they are having a birthday bash on Saturday on our main street from 3 to 7, and it's free to all the public to attend. So hopefully we will see everybody there. And I know their fearless leader, Kara, is here if she would like to come say a word.
I just want to say thank you for that, Teddy, that reading of the proclamation. That was longer than I thought. And thanks for your support. And go Kodo. We'll see you Saturday.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations and thank you for everyone showing up to support your radio and all you do for our community. Thank you so much. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, October 13th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting on October 21st, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ecology Commission, and these seats are being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And that brings us to agenda item 5B, Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term. And we have Piper Miller in the hot seat to present.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have 4 new applicants applying to serve in these vacancies on the Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat and 1 alternate seat. Our applicants are Claire Perez, Douglas Tooley, Maria Stark, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Daria Sanal. Maybe. As I said, they are new applicants who have not previously served on other town boards, and their applications and some of their resumes are attached in your memo. I believe that we have a few of the applicants with us today to speak on their behalf, but I'm not entirely sure who all.
Great. Piper, thank you for introducing that. I know we do have at least 2 people in the audience and probably at least 1 online. And we should probably hear from all the applicants first, and then we can ask applicants or Piper any questions and go from there. Sound good?
Great.
Great. We will go, you want to go in order, Piper, of just the applications in the packet? The first applicant is Claire Perez, and we have Claire online.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for considering my application. I am really interested in joining the Ecology Commission because I'm passionate about creating a positive impact and leaving places better than we found it. Joining the commission seems like a great way to do that. Beyond my current position, working as a planner for the town of Mountain Village, I have a lot of relevant experience. I've spent several seasons working for the Forest Service as a forestry technician in Eagle and Summit counties. I also have a degree in environmental studies, and I've held various outdoor education positions with organizations throughout Colorado, such as Colorado Mountain Club, Avid for Adventure, and Walking Mountain Science Center, where I taught STEM to Eagle Valley middle schoolers after school. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, Claire, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Claire?
My one question is, Ms. Perez, I believe is this the third or fourth border commission with the town of Telluride you have now applied to? No, am I mistaken?
Yeah.
Oh,
Different person.
sorry.
That was my
Third.
coworker.
Sorry, should have looked back and checked the names, but the job title is what threw me off there since it was your coworker. My mistake. Thanks for correcting me.
Yeah. So any questions? Great. We will move right along. We have Mr. Doug Tooley. He is at the podium. And Doug, thank you for your application for the Ecology Commission. It's appreciated, and would love you to say a little bit about your candidacy.
I'm also hoping to move to the town of Telluride as well and become a Telluride resident. I don't know if that changed things, but that has not happened yet. I was raised by a moderate Republican father who was also president of his chapter of the Sierra Club. And so, respect for the environment on a deeply analytical and rational basis is, built into my soul. The concepts of ecology, how we resonate with the natural world is essential. And, how we look at property, how we look at real estate. We have an opportunity, I think, practically, most specifically with Lance McDonald's and his combined experience, project management experience in housing and in valley floor projects, to make a huge step forward in the practice of ecological development. I would like to be a part of that. I'm also aware of the traditions of the Ecology Commission. Jonathan Greenspan and his work on reusable plastics, and Kathy Green, who's an all-around legend, and anybody who's involved here should be looking to her as a developer with a strong, very strong community connection. Some more of my experience. People will know me from around town, my Codo commentaries when they have been allowed to run. And also have quite a bit of experience from my 25 years in Seattle. I've been through the training as a native plant steward. So similar to the Master Gardener program, and also an urban tree steward, another 40 hours of training plus a project type of work, extensive involvement at the neighborhood level and citywide as a neighborhood newsletter editor. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, Douglas. Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And next up is Maria Stark. Thank you. And if you'd like to say anything, please do.
So I'm Maria, and today I'm particularly passionate about this issue, having been woken up in the middle of the night twice by a bear attacking the trash can across the street from our house. And I really feel like I would like to see a better job in terms of people having more awareness around when to put their trash out. So anyway, so I would say my background, I have like 30 years of community engagement experience, having built Emerge America, which has trained 7,000 women to run for public office, 1,200 of whom are in public office, including 13 women in Congress, this governor of Arizona, many, many more. And then also spent 10 years doing community engagement for 5 counties across the country. So anyway, I would like to have more engagement so I can sleep better every night without the bears tearing into the trash on my street.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll go to our fourth applicant, and I'm probably going to screw up pronunciation, but Daria Sinal, and I don't see her online and not here in person either. So that gives us 4 applications for 2 seats. We're thrilled to have 4.
I'm sorry, I failed to mention that of the app that either of these seats, the alternate or the regular, could be filled by a town or county resident, and we have 2 town residents and 2 county applicants.
Okay.
And so it would be your discretion on whether they would be 1 or 2-year terms, but they would be effective immediately for both.
Okay, and then just to clarify that, can both be
Yeah, they both can
be out of town?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Piper, thanks for that extra information clarification. But as I stated, we're thrilled to have 4 applicants for 2 seats. That's kind of our goals of the last couple of years, to get more people that want to throw a hat in the ring to be involved. So thank you, everybody, for applying. And then that always puts council in the awkward position of choosing 2 of the 4. Are there any questions of council for Piper, or again, any of the candidates as we debate the 4 applicants?
I think it's really lovely to see such relevant work experience and background for all of the candidates for this commission. I think that that's incredibly important, and we don't always have that luxury. And so I was thrilled to see, who we do get to choose from there. I do have an inclination and a lean as far as how I would like to see that position, but I think I'd rather wait to hear anybody else has any other comments.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo what Mian said. I think, just looking at people's experience and their resumes, this is an incredible group of people to choose from. So I feel like, to me, there's 2 applicants that kind of seemed like they had the most relevant experience, and I definitely would take that into consideration. I also think it's hard when we don't get to hear from one of the applicants. I would love to hear from Daria, because she has a great experience, and I think before this meeting, that was one of the people whose name I didn't recognize, who I was excited to meet and hear from. But it's hard to make a decision without hearing from everyone. But I definitely agree that I'm really excited to see just a lot of knowledge and experience going into this board. Claire's application also jumped out at me as someone who has a lot of great experience. And I think her work with the town of Mountain Village might also serve in this role. There might be some places where some of that can overlap, or it can help what our goals are at the Ecology Commission. So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts.
I agree with everything everybody said. I especially also agree with taking advantage of the opportunity to have a professional in municipal government, one of our neighbors that we work with often, as part of our team, and just to help cut down on some of the game of telephone that we often play about programs we're doing or that Mountain Village is doing. So I would definitely throw some throw support behind Claire as well as Daria or Maria. I think, you know, the experience that Maria has is also useful in just communicating with people and that sort of thing. But having as many people with relevant professional experience on this board is amazing. So those are my thoughts.
I don't know that I have much additional to add. I think this comments align very closely with all of my thoughts. It's always the tough part when you have too many good candidates and you have to, unfortunately, just pick, and not everyone's going to get there. So I think I was weighting those categories of every candidate has relevant experience, but I think education, formal education directly tied to open space, and we see that with Ms. Sennel, apologies on the struggles with it. She does have both a bachelor's of the arts and then a master's of the arts in international development with a major of environment, resources, and sustainability. And that does seem to be particularly strong experience. So that that leads me. I think she would be my top candidate, but I think I could be for the regular seat. And beyond that, I don't know if I have a choice yet for the alternate. But again, I think we're spoiled for choice on this one, and that's a good place to be.
Thank you, Dan. Tiffany, can you double check for me? Did Ashley rejoin after lunch?
She did.
Okay, great. I want to make sure can be heard as well.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I would definitely put my support also behind Maria Stark. I think that she is a maybe an untapped resource in our community, and I'm excited to see her continuing to want to get involved at various levels. So she would be someone that I would also support. But agree that we also have a wealth of great candidates, and we just have to kind of make a decision. So
I think I guess my concern with Daria is that she isn't here and we don't know her. And I think on paper she looks great, but I think in practicality things can be different. And that's sort of my overarching concern. I think from my perspective, I would prefer to see Claire as the regular seat. And then I think I like the idea of it being somebody from the county and then still having that town voice with Maria. And then hopefully Daria can reapply and come in front of us and we can get to know her a little bit better.
And I should clarify my comments, because what I said of Miss Sorrell, oh God, I'm struggling so hard with that name. Sennel is also true of Ms. Perez, because she has the bachelor's of the arts in environmental studies. So that is, of course, relevant formal education experience for this. So that's a fine point, and then I don't disagree.
I would vote for that motion.
Yeah.
And before we go to motion, I do also want to make sure that if there's anybody in the room that is here to speak in support of a candidate or online, now is the time to do that. And also to the 4 applicants, whichever way this goes, please keep reapplying. We choices help us, and I think help make Telluride's boards and commissions better. And everyone can't win in these circumstances. So please reapply and consider other boards and commissions, or as seats come up on this one as well. Since there was no public comment in support or against any of the applicants, unless there's further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Claire Perez to a regular seat and Maria Stark to the alternate seat for 2-year terms on the Ecology Commission, effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Elena. Any further discussion? Seeing no council further discussion, Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously.
Ashley says yes
Oh,
too.
Sorry, Ashley. I forgot. Ashley chimed in, so it is really unanimous. Congratulations to our two candidates and to the other two applicants. Please, again, reapply to other boards and commissions. We'd love to see you in this same room again.
And participate, even if you're not on a board, you can be the public and weigh in at any and all points.
And we love that too, as council, when we see general members of the public show up to these boards and commissions and comment and then apply for them, that's going to help you in the future as well. And then one thing I want to make sure I clarify, and Piper, you can clarify this for me, that everyone always has the opportunity to come to support their candidacies, and absent that, they can still make a statement in addition to their the formal application they made, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
I just, in that way, if in the future, if people can't make a meeting, they can say, sorry, I'm working or I'm out of town, and say whatever you want.
And I do reach out to everybody who has applied a week ahead of time to let them know that their application is being presented to council and ask them to please be in attendance if they're available to do so. So
Great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Good job. And good job presenting that item. That brings us to agenda item number 6, consent calendar. I assume everyone had a chance to read the minutes of the regular meeting from September 9th. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. And that will bring us to agenda item number 7, Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go out of town council and into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting?
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Ashley.
Ashley, yes, sorry.
And Teddy, yes, is approved to go into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Geneva.
Right. We will call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. It is now 1:41 p.m. We are in Rebecca Hall and hybrid on Zoom. And present, we have
Elena, 11.
Teddy Erico.
And B.
Dan Enright.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
and Ashley is participating remotely, and I am Geneva Shawnett, the chair of this board, and my apologies for missing the last meeting we had about this. Thank you for your patience with me as I welcome my little baby. But here we are. We've done the call to order and the roll call. Next is number 1. We have approval of minutes from the meeting that I did not attend. So does anybody have any feedback on those minutes before we approve them?
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of September 9th.
Great. We have a motion from Teddy.
Second.
And a second from Elena. Any further discussion? It doesn't look like it, so let's vote on that.
All right, Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. So motion carries unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item number 2, new business. A, discussion and review of proposed amendments to Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, and Ally, in her steadfast commitment, will continue to lead us through this really important but really tedious project we've been working on. I'll say mine.
Thank you, Geneva, for that. Good afternoon, THA board. So I think you're all pretty well versed in how this goes by now. For the most part, we're just picking up where we left off at the last meeting and going through the guidelines revisions that have been proposed by the THA subcommittee so far for this biennial process. You will see that the staff memo has been updated, however. I've put in green. So first of all, there's 3 sections to the staff memo. There's items to be discussed at this meeting that need final approval. Those are items that were discussed and revised by you at the last meeting. So we'll just go over those pretty quickly and make sure that I adopted your intent. The next one are the big topic items. We're actually going to save those for last. Those are items that the subcommittee decided that it did not want to make a recommendation on. Instead, it wanted to elevate those topics for primary discussion here at the THA board level. And then finally, the longest list are the small topic items, just mostly to be approved. We want your eyes on everything, of course, but those are topics that we don't anticipate a lot of discussion coming from. And items in green are items that we already discussed and approved at the last meeting. Items in black are where we are going to pick up at today to go over and just make sure you are okay with those proposed changes. So with that, I think it's best that we probably start with the items that you already gave input on, just to make sure that I drafted that intent properly. So going to the easiest one, I think we should start with the second bullet point, which is the definition of presence required employment. And I did print out the packet with the packet numbers this time, page numbers, so I will be able to direct you to that page. And it is
19.
Yes, thank you. Beat me to it. So page 19 of the THA board packet, there is, and again, I keep all of the red lines in this version. So we've already gone over a lot of these red lines, but I'm drawing your attention to things that have changed since the last meeting. So for presence required employment, I did add that sixth criteria, and it reads whether the tasks or services performed benefit or promote the greater Telluride community in economic or non-economic ways. So again, this is a totality of the circumstances consideration, but there are 6 criteria to consider when the board or staff or whoever the decision maker is considering whether work is presence required or not presence required.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Sally.
My one question is of just a very technical nuance that I just want your thoughts on, is whether or not the "and" before Roman numeral 6 makes that read as sort of a cumulative requirement of you have to meet every one of the 6 of these requirements in order to be qualified as presence required, or do you not interpret it that way?
I don't interpret it that way. I see these as 6 criteria that kind of frame what we would see as presence required employment, but it's not 6 criteria that you have to meet. It's just 6 considerations.
And that's how I've been interpreting it, but just looking at that language, that thought occurred to me. If you feel comfortable with it and the rest of the committee feels comfortable with it, I don't need to bother it, but it was a thought that occurred to me.
I think it's the language beforehand. It's the shall consider the above description together with the totality of circumstances regarding. So then the "and" would follow. I mean, I'm happy for an "or" as well, but I think.
Well, none of the Roman numerals are separated by ands except for the last one. So I think that's just a grammatical thing where it's a list and the last one has an and. So if we do it on that one, I think we should do it before, like after all of the Roman numerals are listed, right?
I don't know if it necessarily matters. I think with totality of the circumstances, I think I understand at least, and it'll be on the record now here for this meeting, that these aren't 6 things that you have to meet. This is just what we're looking at when we're trying to frame in individual circumstances whether presence required employment exists. We can definitely change it to an "or" if that makes you feel better.
I think the nice thing is that we do have recordings of everything that happens. Actually, that's not always the nicest thing, but like it is, I think that helps for clarification if this does come up in the next years, you know. I feel, I mean, this was one of the things that I was most concerned about just because of some circumstances that we had seen, and I feel comfortable with this. So thanks for working through it.
Okay, if there's no other comments there, then it sounds like we're all in agreement over the definition of presence required employment. So I'm going to go back a page now. This is page 18. This is where you spent quite a bit of time at the last meeting, and this is the discussion about how on-call work hours will be counted and how many hours can be counted towards that presence required employment requirement. So first of all, you decided at the last meeting that we wanted a definition included for on-call work hours. It's a pretty simple definition, but what we need to do is probably look at this with section 103.2B4, look at those at the same time, put them together and see if that meets the intent.
I feel like from our last meeting, we had kind of narrowed in on on-call work hours being either volunteer on-call hours for a nonprofit organization or paid compensated on-call hours. And I feel like that is not clear in this definition. I don't know if that's getting into too much detail, but from our last conversation about this, I feel like the intent of what we wanted that to mean isn't necessarily in this definition. And I don't know if
You
maybe,
just mean add volunteer.
I thought,
well,
and I
part of
actually
what
thought
we-
it was, I thought we had kind of coalesced around it being, and maybe it was just that Ashley had convinced me that it would be on-call hours that you were being paid for.
or like the San Miguel
The
Resource Center,
like
on
advocate.
call.
I know, but I think you don't necessarily have to be here for that. Like you can be, I mean,
No, but I think I guess like I value those. I would be willing to entertain those hours as well as the on-call hours. I think what I don't think is the same thing is when you're on call to come into the buck, you're not getting paid. That feels a little different to me. But I do think the
and there's a total number of hours, right, that we were putting in there?
Yeah, so if I can jump in real
Yeah,
quick,
go for it.
I don't remember there being a lot of consensus here. I remember you wanted to
Yeah.
come back with the definition and explore this more. We didn't know what we wanted the limits to be, how we wanted it to apply yet, but I first defined it. But if you'll take a look real quick, Elena, this is page 24 for the on-call work hours. This is where we regulate. So we try not to regulate in the definitions, we just define, but then we regulate in the guidelines themselves. And so on this definition of, or well, in the on-call work hours underneath the household initial qualification standards, we'll play around later with the percentage that can be claimed, but it does state that on-call work hours can only be claimed for such hours performed for a recognized nonprofit community organization or a governmental organization. Because I do remember the discussion last time being that we only really want these for the fire department, for the county, the coroner that might be on call, but not necessarily for private employers that might pay for on call, might not, because there are a lot of abuses that can occur there. It's a lot more clear cut when it comes to government on call hours.
yeah.
But then also that if they do want volunteer hours, those have to be claimed separately. So if you do get called in, those hours go towards your volunteer hours. But if you're on call, whether you're paid or not, because that becomes an employer specific, everyone will treat that differently. So rather than us, if you get paid or not, that one person could be doing the same job as another person, but depending on how their employer treats it, we would treat them differently, which didn't sound as right. So the way I put this together was to make the division at the recognized nonprofits or governmental organizations, but then you get to decide whether you want to claim an hour as on call or volunteer community service.
I think the reason I bring up the compensated is because what if someone is on call at a doctor's office? Maybe it's not the med center, because the med center would fall under government organization, right? Is that correct?
They're a special taxing district.
So yes,
I would.
But
That's
if you were on call for a doctor's office, though, that wasn't a nonprofit or a governmental organization, then you could not claim those on-call hours at all. It would only be the hours that you actually work.
that's where like I'm not sure that this is getting what the intent of this was. And if we're not, does the med center qualify for the way it's written? Because I think that's really important. Like, is the med center considered a government organization? I don't think it
They're-
is.
I mean, they're a
The
nonprofit.
hospital district is a
Yeah, they're
special
nonprofit.
taxing district.
Okay, I guess
It's
they're,
distinct from the Telluride Regional Medical Center, I believe.
But they're nonprofit.
And when this initially came up, I remember the primary concern being the fire department and
Yeah.
wanting those people to be able to claim on-call hours. We weren't until the last meeting, on call for a restaurant job in town is not what I was thinking about at all here. And I don't think it's what the subcommittee was thinking about,
No.
but you get to set the policy. And if the shift if it's changed, we can incorporate that.
I just think like this specificity should be baked into the definition. I don't think its first place should come up when we're explaining the policy. I think it should be clear in the definition what we consider.
What we consider on-call
Because
hours.
right now, the way we define on-call hours for these guidelines feels too broad. And I think the point of the definition is to specifically describe what we're talking about when we say on-call. So I think whatever we decide that verbiage to be.
Can you just say what you want it to say?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with what it says right now, so.
I think part of, to Elena's point, you know, in this point on 24, it calls out that its on-call hours are for such hours performed for a recognized nonprofit, community organization, or governmental organization. I think maybe that probably does need to be in that definition. I think that should be kind of moved up. And then I think, yeah, we have to kind of coalesce around. I think that the other part of that is like, then like, do we need to like specifically call out what a recognized nonprofit community organization is?
We just list them?
Probably. I think that's probably the easiest way to.
There's not that many.
Is there?
Yeah, we already
Okay.
do that for volunteer community service. So I don't see a problem with the way it's been drafted because it's defined elsewhere.
Okay.
I'd caution against over-regulating. I think we just need to keep it simple. And the reason that I drafted the on-call work hours so broadly is because someone that works a restaurant job is going to say, well, I work on call hours. And first they're going to go to, well, not work, but I'm on call sometimes. They'll go see the definition. Great. And then they'll go to the actual regulations and say, oh, well, I've been carved out of these on-call hours under the regulation. I still work on-call hours, but I can't claim them under the regulation, rather than defining on-call hours differently than anyone else might define them.
Ashley?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think my big concern with all of this and my concern with the, limiting or the, percentage and stuff is I'm just going to give the example and I want to hear everyone's answer to this. So our EMS paramedics work 2 24-hour shifts. That's their full-time work. Part of that is paid as on call. How are those people's hours going to be accounted for if that is their full-time job? And are all of those hours going to be worked into this? I'm trying to figure out how all of this works where people have like specific individuals in our community that work these jobs. How does this translate? Like if they are working 2 24-hour shifts, that's their full-time, that's how many they are booked in a week. How are these hours going to be then translated to make sure that they're not left out of housing because part of those hours are not, used or only a percentage of those hours are used? I want to look at a real world situation with these on-call hours. I'm just concerned that we might be doing something that's going to hurt some of our individuals.
But clarifying question on that though, is it not then distinguished for those workers for, when you're on call and then you get called into work and then won't those two sets of times be tracked and paid differently? You're not just paid for those 2 24-hour shifts, no matter what, whether you're sitting at your home or at the fire station, what have you, or you're doing the work of being an EMS first responder or a firefighter, et cetera. I understand those to be tracked and paid differently, but correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley.
They will be, but I guess my point is that if that's somebody's full-time job, they work those 2 shifts, they work 2 24-hour shifts. I just want to make sure that we're not creating a policy that is going to put them into a position where they're having to get additional work or something because they're not meeting the hours. Like I believe that it will come in as 2 different pay rates. One is for on-call, and then if they actively go out on duty, then it's a different call or a different pay rate. But again, I'm like, they're still working a 48-hour shift. That's the way that they're scheduled. I just want to make sure that we're not going to create something for our EMS paramedic people that have this type of schedule that's going to be detrimental to them.
So Ashley, previously under the guidelines, technically they would have only been able to claim the hours that they were called in and worked. Under this new proposal for on-call work hours, they would be able to claim all 48 hours of those 2 24-hour shifts. They would just need to divide that between the hours worked, so the hours they actually got called in, and then the hours that they were sitting waiting on call. So they would be able to claim more hours under this new policy rather than less.
But we haven't decided if it's an apples for apples yet, have we? Because I guess I don't necessarily think that a 48-hour on-call shift equates to a 40-hour work week as a teacher. I'm just going to use that as the example. I think it's really valuable, and I think those hours should count towards their requirements, but I don't think it's an equal type of hour. And that's where I think, Ashley, you and I might just be disagreeing about this. But
I mean, I really strongly disagree with that.
Let me finish my thought. I have the question, and maybe I don't know, but 2 48-hour on-call shifts, does that count as full-time work?
I mean, I think I agree completely with you, Elena. In my mind, the vast majority of circumstance, that person is going to be asleep for a decent portion of that. And that's clearly not comparable. Again, not to minimize that importance, that work. They are very valuable members of our community and our workforce. But as Allie is laying out, this is an expansion of this rule set and allows for them for more of that time to be used for the purposes of qualification than we have done purposely. So in my mind, we are already being accommodating, trying to recognize the value of that work, both while setting some reasonable limitation on it.
So to both and I'm sorry, Teddy.
That's all right.
Can I speak real quick to their points?
You bet.
So to Elena and Dan's points about, is it apples to hours, apples, is it hour to hour? That's why we also put in the very first sentence here under the on-call work hours on page 24, up to 20% of the required employment hours can be filled by verifiable on-call work hours. So theoretically, yes, they could claim, let's say they didn't get called in on the first, 10 shifts that they did like this, then maybe all of those hours could be claimed, probably not 10 shifts, but up to a certain point, they can claim 100% of their hours. After that, they actually lose their on-call hours because only 20% of the 1,400 requirement can be met with these on-call hours. So there is a maximum limitation as to how many of your presence required employment hours can be met with on-call hours. And I will hand it off back to you guys.
Yeah, and here's my challenge with it. And I don't know the answer to what 2 24-hour shifts mean in kind of an employment type scenario. You can't schedule someone for, 96 hours a week of work. That's not reality. And you could get that if you're on call. I mean, it's unlikely, but you could. And so it's tough to put a burden on someone who's made themselves available in a situation, especially that helps the community, like an on-call EMT, to then say, sorry, you didn't get called in, get another job. I have a really hard time with that. I understand it's such a, unique situation, but I actually agree with Ashley on that. Like, you can't just stack their hours and then what happens if they get called in? And because then they're working 100 hours a week and that's just not, they're not going to perform their job well. It's overwork. And so if they're on call and that's something that helps the community, give them the hours.
I mean,
Hey guys, is there any way, I'm pretty sure, I don't know though, I'm pretty sure that the fire protection district considers, the EMS paramedics that work those 2 24-hour shifts back to back as full-time employees. So I would just like to, if we could get that information from the fire protection district and ask, again, I agree with Teddy that it's like, if we're not going to be giving people the benefit, I'm not fully convinced that when people were submitting hours, I don't know if we can audit this, but I'm not convinced that they weren't including that or that somebody hasn't been able to do that, because it seems to me that it would be difficult to get enough hours. I don't know. It just seems unlikely to me that they weren't including that, because that's their full shift, is that full 24 hours. So I would just think that we should maybe look into it a little bit more so that we're not creating a situation where somebody who is working as like an EMT working 24-hour shifts in a week, which is their full-time job, aren't able to, have that be their full-time employment.
I mean, I think that that's where I did really kind of get behind Ashley's concept that the on-call hours, if they're on call and paid, that is a little bit of a differential. I mean, I was thinking, and again, I think we always like trying not to call out specific organizations, but I'm thinking about an organization that would have a hotline, and there is a hotline shift overnight, and I took that shift all of the time. I think maybe over the course of 10 years, I got a call twice. That's a significant amount of time. And with this 20% of required employment hours maybe filled by these on-call work hours, I think we have to be really careful, because that really equates to 7 weeks of full-time work that could be potentially filled by sleeping. And that's not to say that it's done maliciously, but I just think that sort of is where I think maybe this is something we need to tiptoe into a little bit more so. And I think by starting this with the additional aspect that some on-call hours can be qualified if the organization you work for considers them paid. Because I think like that's the organization that actually knows what's happening, knows what's going on, knows the value. And they're saying these on-call hours are paid and of that value. And I think that value should elevate it to the point that we would consider and count them. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And I remember this like limit on how many hours coming up in the last meeting, but I don't remember there being consensus that we wanted to change to that. So I would advocate for moving back to the like an on-call hour counts for 25 or 30% of a normal hour and not having a cap on how many you could use. Because what if it is your full-time job to be an on-call person for 48 hours a week, and then you hit that 20% cap, but you're actually doing that year round? I would rather count those hours at a different rate, but let them stack up those hours if you're really doing that all the time. So for me, I almost think it's more advantageous to say it can be a bigger proportion of your work hours. The 25% made sense. I actually kind of like the idea of a third, even though that number is ugly on paper, but like a 24-hour shift of on-call equates to an 8-hour work shift. Like I kind of like that comparison. So even though, like I said, I don't like 33.3333, but to me that logically feels right. Like if someone's clocking in for their 24-hour work shift of on-call, it's the same as so-and-so clocking in for their 9 to 5, and we kind of put those on the same level of work. But I think I can get behind what Mian said, but I don't love this up to 20% same hours. I would rather have it be the on-call hours are this percent of a regular hour, and you can have a lot more of them.
I kind of go the other way, but I worry that it's 7 hours or 7 weeks essentially of full-time work that theoretically people maybe are not working. And that feels like a lot in comparison to like what we ask of everybody else.
But they can't be doing anything else during that time.
And it's not their
They're
choice to not be working.
responders.
But I guess that's the point. Like, and that's the threshold that I can't wrap my brain around. Like, so like if they're like, if they're on site and on call, that's one thing. If they're able to like do laundry and have dinner with their friends and just know that if they get a call, they get a call. That to me isn't something that we should be counting as a work hour completely either. Like, I think like that's, I think that's where
Could it be 25% of a work hour though? That's
where I feel like the 20% to me feels a little high, but that's where I'm like, I would be more.
Well, this is up to 20% of the required employment hours versus that hour counting as 25% of a regular hour. These are different percentage calculations. And I think that's why this has partially gotten confusing, because I don't like what's in this draft.
You almost need to see a real world example of the history of the on-call versus the hours they went in, because again, my whole thing is let's just say it's an EMT. They're doing something that helps the community. Their employer considers them full-time, right? And not saying we have to agree with that, but if over the course of time with their hours they're called in, that's out of that person's control versus the credit, could we be then putting those people in a circumstance to have to get another job just to qualify? And I'm not sure that's fair. And that, again, it's a narrow circumstance, but
I'm like, I feel like these are in highly specialized jobs. We're lucky that they're not getting called in. We don't want them to be getting called in, and they're full-time jobs. If there's a ton of people who are doing this work, they've done a lot of training to get to the point where they can be professional lifesavers, literally, that if they're considered full-time by their employer, then we should consider them full-time for our housing program. I'm not of the opinion that just because they're not getting called in, then they're like somehow using a room in Telluride that someone else who is working more hours should be using. And I know that that's not necessarily like the viewpoint here. I don't know how many of them do have other jobs. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I'm not of the opinion that we should be forcing EMTs to get another job or something like that, because these are intense positions. And
I think the qualifier, I think like that's where the paid component comes into it. Like, I think I had a lot more agita about this when it could have been like any nonprofit with anybody on call. Like, I think the value for those positions and those roles, can't be diminished at all. So I think like, again, I just think narrowing, because this is an expansion of the benefit that's currently in our, in the code or in these regulations as currently adopted. Like, I think we just like step into it slowly. So, because the last thing I want is 2 years from now for the council to be like, whoopsie, and now we're taking this away. Because it's like too much, so I would rather like tiptoe into this a little bit and make sure that we're making the right decision versus having a conversation 2 years from now where there's a group of people that feel as though we're taking a benefit away from them.
I just feel like based off of Ashley's example, if people are getting paid for the hours that they were on call in addition to the hours they were called in, they're just turning in their W-2 at the end of the year and it has a total number of hours with 2 lines, one at one rate and one at the other rate. So this doesn't even apply to them. Because they got paid for hours they worked.
I mean, that's a valid point.
That hasn't even been an issue at all, right?
So what you're
Ashley's raising her hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point, is that I don't think this has been an issue, because I agree with Geneva. I think on their pay stub, it's just going to show hours worked and it'll just be a different pay rate. I also wanted to point out that specifically with the EMS, when they're on those calls, they're in uniform the whole time. So that's like, they're out there, waiting literally in uniform to get called to an emergency to save somebody's life. I don't feel like that is worth a quarter of somebody else's time. I think it should be given 100% of pay. If they're considered, full-time employees, I don't see why we're making a delineation. I think it's going to result in people, in us changing it and making it actually go the opposite way.
I mean, I think it's the paid thing. I just keep going back to it. That's the easiest thing. Like, to Geneva's point, they're paid at 2 different rates. They're still paid. Like, and so
it's by definition of work hour.
Done and done, as far as I'm concerned.
Are the like on-call fire people at the fire department, are they paid? Is that because, sorry, I might be ignorant. Aren't some of our firefighters volunteer? So I guess
they just count their volunteer hours up to 20% of their work hours
On call?
already. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can get on board with this. I don't know. There's part of me that like still feels like it's not exactly the same thing. But I am kind of getting convinced that if people are getting paid for those hours and it's showing up, like if it's showing up on their pay stub, we're probably already counting those hours as work hours.
Like,
Yeah.
this hasn't been an issue up to this point, right?
I think part of what we're talking about though is the volunteer hours components.
Right.
And how we count volunteer on-call hours there. And for that, you know, I hear your points, and I think that we could have a very nuanced debate, but I'm fine giving for employment on-call hours, I'm fine being more generous. I want to empower people. I hear those points. On volunteer hours, I do really like Elena's proposal of remove the cap of how much it could count towards, but still have a multiplier or a divider for, you know, if you're a search and rescue volunteer, and those are volunteer people. Everyone I know on search and rescue has other jobs that they do. If you're on call for those, a lot of times you do work another job at the same time. And so that's sort of double dipping in a way. Again, I'm okay giving leeway and being more generous for our citizens in this, but I think that's where Elena did strike a pretty good balance. I could live with a third, but I think the 25% I think is fine. I think that's where I would end up and advocate for, is that 25% of your total hours then being allowed for qualification for your employment.
But if you were a volunteer, you would still have to abide by the cap of how many of your hours could be volunteer.
I suppose, yeah.
I think you'd have to.
I think we have to, yeah.
Yeah, or otherwise it kind of makes the.
Make another definition of a volunteer hour bucket. Like we have an amount of volunteer hours that we allow.
Yeah. And like, I don't know if on-call feels exempt from that
I feel like.
cap.
Sorry, G, I don't quite follow what you're saying. I just.
I'm saying the idea of creating a percentage of work hours that we've turned the volunteer hours into is too complicated.
So what would you suppose? What
I
would you
don't want to do that. I already feel like
I'm
we've
totally
talked about
kidding.
this for too long.
I'm kidding.
So, but what would you propose for a person who is on search and rescue? They have a bunch of on-call out hours, and most of the time they're not actually getting called. Are you proposing that all of those on-call hours would count towards qualification?
I think that the time that if they are on search and rescue, when they're doing trainings and when they're on calls, those hours count as their volunteer.
I just don't think that it's apples and oranges to being on call for the fire department, because and I could be wrong, but my interpretation was if you're on search and rescue on call, you still go if you can go. It's not like you drop everything you are doing and you must go.
Exactly,
It is,
yeah.
right. So that's different than being on call for the fire department or EMS.
You can decline.
Like, that's your job.
Totally, yeah.
and-
No,
So I don't think it's the same. I think it's commendable and crucial and we need them. So I would prefer to defer to supporting people doing those on-call hours, knowing that that it counts towards their housing qualification. And I'm not as so interested in limiting how many hours they can count.
Wait, so just to make sure I understood what you just said, you think the search and rescue volunteer hours or search and rescue on-call hours should or should not count?
I think they should count for something. I mean, I don't know.
Because then
I have a question.
In the weeds.
Yeah.
I have a question because I'm not on the subcommittee. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what was the problem that you all were trying to fix by adding in this verbiage? Like, were there situations of people either not getting credit for on-call hours that you were trying to accommodate? Like, I'm trying to figure out the timeline of how we got to this adjustment.
Yeah, I think we recognized that there was no quantification where people could say, hey, I'm on call for these things, and those hours should count for something. And so we were trying to address that.
So it's
And bef-
probably, it sounds like to me, it's specifically in that case, volunteer. Because I do believe that if it was a paid on call, it was just being counted as a paid hour. So it sounds like this
But I
was
don't think
probably a situation for volunteer on call.
the on-call med center hours weren't being counted. I know that.
It was paid. I think that there was confusion, and that's not to say that the policy didn't encapsulate what the intention was that we just kind of got to anyway, but I think that there was confusion. So I think just by clarifying that on-call hours are paid on-call hours, I think that we've solved the question that came up at the subcommittee.
Well, because just anecdotally, I have a friend who would be on call for the med center and they were told that their on-call hours for the med center didn't count because they were like, if my on-call hours count, I easily make the work requirements. But if they don't.
Were they uncompensated on-call hours for the medical center?
I think she's compensated. She works for the med center.
I don't know who told her that then.
So I think,
Yeah,
again,
how
I
are they
think sometimes it's-
differentiating those hours?
I didn't ask that much detail because it was before this conversation was happening. She was told that those did not count towards her work hours.
So Ashley, just to answer your question, and if Pam's on the line, she can also maybe help answer this. I think what we're really trying to just do is provide clarity because as others have already said, people didn't understand how to treat their on-call hours. So they were being reported differently and counted differently depending on how someone was reporting them, if they were even reporting them. So ideally what we do next is after we find out what we want the policy to be, then we'll amend our reporting application. So when biennial compliance comes up, we'll have a specific line for how many hours we're on call, compensated or uncompensated, or whatever the question is that we need to ask after we get this policy down.
I mean, I feel like we're maybe overcomplicating something that we can just give a direct answer on. It seems like we're all kind of in agreement that a paid on-call hour is just an hour of work. And then that if you're volunteering, we have a limit already for the number of hours that you can claim for volunteering. So whether you use those on-call or not, that's what maybe we need to decide if we want to do a limitation there. But that to me seems like we already set limits on how many hours you can take for a volunteer, whether that's fire department or SAR or, taking the phone for the resource center. Am I totally off base on that?
I would rather keep it like that personally.
I can get on board with that. I still have some feelings, but I think I can get on board with this direction.
I end up the same place, yeah. As I said, I'm fine being more generous, especially for people doing that really crucial community work like fire department and EMS. Like those are obviously critical things we want to include and have space for in our housing. I stand by my earlier statements that if you're booked for a 48-hour shift, the vast majority of time you will be asleep for at least part of that shift.
But that's just part of that job. You gotta sleep, otherwise you're not gonna be ready to.
I know people who sleep during their regular job.
I don't, but again, I'm not going to fight it, but those are my thoughts, and we can get direction and move forward.
Yeah, because it's hard because it's the slippery slope of us tying hours to performance almost, and that's tough.
20% is the cap we have on volunteer hours. 20% of 1,400 hours is 280 hours.
Just 7 weeks.
Out of the year, which if you divide it by 52 weeks is 5.38 hours a week. So I just don't think it's that.
Well, do we want to, I guess my thought is if we're saying these are legitimate work hours, then why are we capping it at 20%? Or are we?
No, we're saying
don't cap
these are
it at
legit
20%.
volunteer hour.
We're
Like
talking about just volunteer.
I'm just talking about volunteer
on-call?
because I think it's irrelevant if somebody's on call. If they turn in their paycheck, it shows how many hours they worked. It doesn't say.
Yeah. So that's done.
That's not even a part of this conversation.
Okay.
So I am of the opinion that we just leave it at the, we need these volunteers. We are encouraging people to volunteer. I would like for their volunteer hours to count towards housing. We have a cap, no matter what kind of volunteer hours you do. And So if we want to clarify in our program that on-call volunteer hours count as volunteer hours, that makes sense to me. I don't know if everybody else is on the same page, but
I would prefer to not have on-call volunteer hours count. I think I'm open to having that as a conversation later on down the road, but I feel like that's a Pandora's box a little bit. And I don't think we totally understand what that looks like. And so I would much rather just stay where we are right now with the clarification on-call hours and that are being paid. And we keep the volunteer hours, as is.
My holdup with that is our volunteer firefighters.
I don't feel like I know enough to say how many hours they're working, or I know that there's been changes because of the pay structure and because of their approval of a mill. Like a lot of that has changed. And so I would, again, I think we can make that decision 2 years from now when we revise this again. I think we have to make informed decisions and not like speculate, because again, I don't want to find out that there's that we caused an unintended consequence and have to pull something back. I would rather us make clear, informed decisions. And if we want to ask staff to research that further and then come back with a recommendation, like we can, but I also think that we could probably just move on knowing that as it is, like we're in a good spot.
So my only question there, if we're calling paid hours work and unpaid hours volunteer community service, do we still want to exclude those paid hours for someone who might be on call for a private business in town?
yes,
We want to exclude those from being able to be claimed as work, correct?
I do.
So the
Yes.
only hours that can be claimed that are on call are for government or nonprofit organizations.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm like thinking if you work for property management and you're on call, that's another situation where you can't do anything else. You can't take another job. You can't be intoxicated. You can't be out of the county because you're on call for that business. Like I feel like the same arguments for why it feels like
I bet they're getting paid for those hours though.
that's what I'm saying. So if it's on-call paid hours for a private business, I kind of feel like that is apples.
About on-call volunteer, right?
No, she said paid.
No, I was talking about paid. So I am
Yeah.
talking about, but just keep in mind that
that's
the
not-
abuses that we'll see will occur more in private industry than they will for government or nonprofit. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to open this up to where people can claim on-call hours without opening it up too far, which is why we put the limit there.
But ultimately, we weren't capturing those hours anyway because someone gets paid for their on-call hours and it
We
shows up
don't
on their
know.
W-2 and then we get it and then we approve their hours. So none of this was getting stopped before.
I think we just have
Yeah,
to try
can I
just.
can I say something? Sorry, I've been trying to get you guys' attention. It's tough.
Yeah, go ahead. Just jump in, Ashley.
Well, I have to. My family's in the other room, and I have to mute so you guys don't hear them. So it's just a little, it's complicated.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the reality is that there aren't very many nonprofits that have on-call people. It's not like Telluride Theater doesn't have on-call actors that are going to be claiming these hours. A business, I agree 100%. If they have paid staff that's on call, those hours are already being attributed. I hear Allie's concern about abuses. I guess my point is like, I don't know how, I feel like we're creating a problem that maybe doesn't exist. If it's a paid position that somebody's being paid for on call, a private business isn't just going to pay you something in order to let you cheat the system. They're just not going to deal with that. To do the payroll and the taxes and all of that, they're not going to do it. So I feel like, again, we're maybe creating an issue for a situation that just needed, people just needed better clarification on how to apply those hours, and that we should, because we already have a maximum on volunteer hours, whether they're on call or not. Once you hit that maximum, you've hit it. I just feel like we're kind of going around in circles.
I would agree. Well, does anybody, I don't know, I feel like if somebody wanted to, I guess we're not making a motion, we're trying to give direction right now, right?
Can I try and recap?
Sure.
So to recap, if you were there is unpaid and there are paid on-call hours. For paid, 100% of those hours, if you were getting paid by either for-profit or governmental or nonprofit entity, but if you are paid, all of those hours can be counted for the purposes of qualification. If it is a volunteer hour that you were not paid for, whatever that organization is, you can count up to 25%, or you count 25% of each hour, up to 20% of the total number of hours, that 1,400, whatever, 200 and some. No,
I don't think we had consensus on the 25%. I think that was just you and me. I feel like
I'm
everyone
fine with that. At this point, I just want to we have to talk about other things.
I think we do have to talk about other things too, but that's where I think I feel like we've addressed the imminent question and concern in regards to the on-call hours for I don't love the phrasing essential workers, but essential workers. But I think volunteer hours, or I think non-paid, on-call hours for private businesses, that is
This excludes that.
yeah, I think
And
I just
that's
want to keep
good.
that separate. Yeah.
Are there any major changes we want that anybody feels very strongly about that we need to make from the recommendation that Ally has given us? Because it seems like we're all kind of okay with what's written at this point.
Well, do we want to remove the 20% limit for how many of your hours can be on call? Because it sounds like if we're just calling those hours, then we don't need to limit it to 20%. Under number B4, whatever.
Yeah,
that's
no, I
B4.
mean, I'm looking at it. I think
So I also think from what I've heard you say, I don't think my language meets with what you're wanting. So if we're counting if we're counting anything paid as a work hour, right? Regardless of who you work for, whether it's government or private, correct? If you're paid, it's a work hour. So I'll need to take out this language that says regardless of any compensation provided. If it's unpaid, we are going to let you, if it's an unpaid on-call hour. So if it's an unpaid hour that you're working, for the fire, you're attending a fire, that's going to be a volunteer hour. But if it's an on-call unpaid hour, we're going to allow you to claim 25% of those hours worked towards the 20% volunteer limit. Is that, so we're talking, are we talking about on-call hours as a subset of the volunteer hours? Because it's unpaid.
Ashley.
Yeah, I'm good with the unpaid volunteer hours. You can get a reduced, but a 25%, it's easier than a third, although I agree with Elna's, dissertation about it being a third, but give a quarter towards your overall volunteer hour maximum. And then obviously if you get called on a fire, then that's a regular volunteer hour that you would be able to claim in its entirety. Is that how we feel?
yes.
It's fine. It's good with me.
Great.
It works for me. It is a little complicated.
It is, and I'll have to, I don't think it'll be that complicated once we get it down on paper, but my language will not work for that right now. So I'll definitely need to come back to you tomorrow when we meet during the THA board meeting in the morning with some revised language. But I think if that's the consensus, I know the direction.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 3.
So the third one, I think this one will be much shorter, but 103 3A3, and this is, let's see, just a few pages over. I believe this is page 28, and this is talking about the income calculation. And if you remember, you did want us to move forward with going with an income variation policy, which is where THA will require income reporting for the prior 2 years, but will only count though, we'll only average those 2 years if there is a significant difference in the income. So if you're applying to purchase a property, which is usually the only time we're looking at income, at least amount of income, then what we'll do is we'll look at 2 years. If you have big swings in your income, we'll look at 1 year if your income is for the most part steady. And that big swing comes at the 20% difference.
Perfect.
That's good.
Okay. All right, those were the topics that we discussed more in depth last time. And I will bring back the on-call work hours tomorrow morning for that meeting. So with that, I think we can move forward with going down the list of the bulleted points after the green in the staff memo. And this starts at section 106, which is on page 33. And if there's anything that you would like to table for tomorrow, we can definitely do that just to get through some of the simpler things. I know that this, the minimum standards will probably be another longer discussion, but I think it is good just to at least get some first impressions out there. So I know, Teddy, last time you said that you didn't necessarily see the value in going through necessarily all of these when staff is checking these properties, that the condition might not matter as much because of the housing. However, we do think that these are pretty important for us to check just because we want to make sure that units are in pretty stellar condition before they turn. Otherwise, what we'll have are units that are left in less than desirable condition. And we have seen that in the past, and we have dinged people for that in the past. So what we've done is we've added to the list in places that staff, especially as we've seen several unit turns here in the last couple of years. There were a few years where we had almost none. So with more information that was able to come to light here in the last couple of years with the turns that we have had, we've been able to increase or better fill out this list of items that are common for us to come across and that we want addressed before a unit is transferred. And the subcommittee did talk about this pretty in depth, even when it came to just complementary and color appliances. But if there's anything that needs to be discussed again, we're happy to do so.
Anybody have thumbs up? Ashley?
Thanks. Yeah, so complementary in color and matching it, like, so who's gonna decide? Who gets to decide whether the fact that the microwave and the refrigerator don't match? And then the cure for that is the homeowner selling the home has to purchase new appliances that match. I'm just curious about the thinking on this.
Yes, so it's exactly that, Ashley, and it's really meant, it's meant again because appliances are sold with the units in most cases, at least in the newer built units and several of the projects that have been built in the past 10 years. So what we don't want is, and this has happened, someone has taken their good appliances with them when they sell the unit and they replace it with a less than desirable appliance just because it still works, but it's not a good appliance. So what we're trying to do is hold people to the standard that everyone's held to, which is make sure that when you're replacing something in the unit, it looks good and it fits with the aesthetics of the unit, and then ideally with the other appliances that are already in there. So instead of getting a white dishwasher, if you have a stainless steel refrigerator, put a stainless steel dishwasher in there. And don't replace it with a white one before you leave, because we've had that happen.
And I want to expand on that because it did originally say matching, and we changed it to complementary to address a situation where maybe you bought a place and it had all white appliances, and as you've been replacing them, you've been upgrading to stainless steel. Like that, I actually feel like those are complementary, but maybe like a black oven and a white refrigerator and a stainless steel dishwasher, that would not be as complementary, where it was a little bit more of a patchwork. The other thing that was an example that we got was somebody got a stove, like a range, that was a higher counter height than the kitchen. Probably something they got for free or on sweet deals or something. And so it didn't match the dimensions of the kitchen. So those are like the the real world examples that we were trying to address in that.
And it would be the regional housing authority that comes through and sort of assesses all of this. So that was, I know, the second part of this question. And the idea is to give this as guidelines, and we of course leave discretion up to staff. And if there is an issue, then it can be kicked up to the board. So, you know, Googling the definition of complementary and color could bring you down a rabbit hole, but the idea is to encourage people to make their kitchen, you know, a reasonable kitchen.
Yeah. And Ashley, just building on what Geneva just said too, THA, SMRHA staff goes through with the minimum standards for maximum sales price worksheet. And it's basically a checklist. They'll go through all of these. And if, let's say they see that appliances, I'm just going to stick with that example, are vastly different. Some are old, some are new. We'll go back through the history of the property. And if it appears that they have gotten approval to replace some of the appliances, but some are original, that's not necessarily what we're going after. And that wouldn't necessarily become an issue either. It's more so when you replace something that we know you already got approval to replace with a nicer refrigerator, but then you go back and you put the original refrigerator in there because you want to take the nice one with you. And the reason we have these standards, and I think it probably goes without saying, is because these units are so regulated on price. If this was free market, it wouldn't be a problem. We don't want to look at this anyways. But because these are price restricted, these standards become very important for making sure that whoever is purchasing the unit next is treated very fairly when it comes to condition of the unit and how the unit has been maintained, and what has been replaced in the unit, specifically appliances.
I can get on board with the majority of the list. I just think when you get into the item of surface scratches and marks and trying to determine the difference between wear and tear and what isn't, and what surfaces are an easy fix, like a wall versus a countertop, which may need a whole new slab, just puts staff in a tough spot and puts everyone in a tough spot. Like, yeah, there's a hole in the wall, a hole in a door. Yes, that needs to be fixed. But something as cosmetic as that, I just think it's going to put everybody in a tough spot to start arguing whether or not a scratch is normal wear and tear or not. And then the repair of that, depending on what surface is on, is going to be different for every single surface. And you're just going to open yourself up to just going around and around.
We are requiring professional inspections.
Right.
So it's not going to be, that part's not going to be on staff. There was going to be a building inspector that comes in.
Right. But they're going to go, I've seen it a million times, right? They're going to go, like, the buyer hires, however it's done, but typically the buyer hires the toughest inspector they can find. And they're finding, a small crack in the plate of the electrical holder or whatever it is. And when you start really nitpicking, you're just going to put yourself in this, all three parties, buyer, seller, and us, are going to be put in a tough spot. I just think, like, if countertop scratched, that's just how it goes.
Mm-hmm. And we do, so you'll see in paragraph F, for sales occurring after the effective date of this guidelines change, all unit turns, in addition to having the minimum standards for maximum sales price worksheet, are also going to have an inspection form, which is pretty close to, say, like you would do for renting a unit, where you take pictures of things that exist before you move in. That way, if you live there for 10, 20 years, more wear and tear is going to happen. But if you're only there for a year or two, we know the condition of the unit with photographs versus after. And if it's a crack in an electrical plate, we've required people to repair it. We really do expect these units to be in really good condition when they turn.
Can I ask a question? And Teddy, I don't know if you want to chime in with this. I think probably the part that I'm struggling with a little bit with, like, the appliances and stuff like that, is certain appliances are considered real property and certain appliances are considered personal property. So you have every right, when you move out of a place or move out of a place that you sold, to take certain appliances with you. Even like a house doesn't even have to be sold with a refrigerator because it's not installed into the home and it's not considered real property. So
Ashley, Our deed restrictions on the very first page have several check boxes that we fill in before they get executed that include the model and the make of the appliance. So it'll have Samsung refrigerator, for instance, and it's included as part of the unit. You purchase it, and if you replace it, it'll be recorded as a permitted capital improvement. But when you sell that unit, that appliance that you purchased it with is expected to be sold with the unit. So, and for our purposes, those appliances are always included as part of the sale.
Okay, I mean, that's really interesting to me because that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to me that I get what you guys are saying, but it's also like that. I don't know. I agree with Teddy in a way that it feels like we're going to be doing a lot of extra work for, the way that life is. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this, to be honest, but
People have been buying houses, deed restricted homes in Telluride at the maximum sales price that are trashed. And we cannot permit that to continue happening. When people, we're not saying they can't sell the unit. We're just saying that the price has to come down to account for those repairs to be purchasing a fully functional, solid unit.
Yeah, and that's where.
And is there a
Scratch on the
there's
countertop doesn't have
going to
it.
be a variation of
Yeah.
activity there that we can't avoid, but
Yes.
it's important for us to do. Maybe it needs to be fine tuned, but we have to have some of these requirements in here.
I think it makes sense to have, go ahead, Elena.
I think it's really important that we remember, to Geneva's point, this is for maximum sales price. If they want every penny that they're allowed to appreciate on this unit, they need to do this to get the highest number. If they don't want to do all this, then it comes off the sales price, and that's okay. I think it's not that we're requiring people to replace the refrigerator. We're just saying if you put in an old refrigerator that isn't the right dimensions for the hole in the wall, then that's going to come off of what your maximum sales price could be because you didn't keep it up to this standard for the most money.
And then are we managing that process? If
So-
it has to be replaced?
So we do, we facilitate between the buyer and seller only as it comes to these minimum standards for maximum sales price. So how this usually happens, someone gives their intent. A few weeks later, Pam will go in, do her inspection, provide that inspection sheet back to the seller. We don't provide it to the buyer. We just give it to the seller initially. And the seller says, okay, I agree with this. I agree with that. I want to fix this. I'm not going to fix this. I want to take these appliances with me. And she'll value some of those. And then we take that off of the sales price. They could then come back and say, okay, never mind. I'm going to fix everything so I can get the MSP. So it becomes a negotiation at first between SMRHA and the seller. Once we know what is not going to be fixed to get to MSP, that's when we then provide it to the buyer. And let's say when we did have a unit like this that had significant damage to it, in that case, we did require that the seller and the buyer come forward with a quote provided from a local contractor as to how much it was going to cost to bring that unit up to the standards. And then we reduced the maximum sales price by that amount. And we required that of the buyer. Otherwise, it would be a deed restriction violation. So you're right, Teddy, that when it comes to valuing these repairs, it's not clear cut. It never is. But we assist both the buyer and the seller in adhering to this process.
And I agree with most of it. I just think that the one that I just don't think is right. And and however we decide, it's not that big deal to me, but the surface scratches and the marks, that's everything else. I agree. We don't want to sell trashed units, but that's just one that in my experience is just more of very minor. And it is what it is, right? Versus a hole. And that's why I tried to say it earlier, versus and we know this happened recently, there's like a hole in the wall, right?
Yeah.
Of course that has to get fixed.
What if it's like a burn mark on a countertop though? That to me feels like significant damage.
I think that's an excellent point. And I think that this is where I think where we're going is a great place. But I also want to just be very mindful that there are a lot of homeowners right now that are in our program that paid maximum sales price with all of this happening. And then because of
challenges with staffing or the value structure of the board, had to go ahead and make those replacements like on their own anyway. And so like, I think we've got like, and can't get credit for it and that was never allowed to be a permitted capital expense, or we're denied the ability to have it be a permitted capital expense. So I think we need to be like I think this is like such a can of worms. I almost wanted to be like, can we do everything else before we do this? For this reason. But I think, I think to Teddy's point, like there's going to be wear and tear. And at some point, when we're talking about a scratch on a countertop in your kitchen or a crack or like a little chip, and that's something that becomes this negotiated point, that's not a $300 patch on a wall. That is a $10,000 cost. And then does that scratch, like who's making the determination that that is a requirement? Because like the way it reads here, it's a requirement to get that MSP, when like the reality is,
Even if we use the word significant surface scratches, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or I was
can
gonna
play
say
with.
damage, like damage feels a little more significant. Like I think we could change the wording and keep the idea, because I agree, like the wear and tear where you touch your cabinets.
Yeah, the wear and tear is where you're gonna get into
Yeah,
trouble, because.
that doesn't feel as egregious, but
That's
Not
right.
a brand new unit.
And
Yeah.
everyone will use wear and tear to their own opinion for what they want.
but
That's
yeah.
gonna be the harder thing for us to prove.
But like if you use your countertop as a cutting board for 10 years and there's marks all over it, that does feel like something that would fall in the realm of.
That's why I said significant.
Yeah,
Like
And
it's-
this has other than normal and minimal wear and tear.
Yeah, and that's where you get into trouble, because there's no real definition for that. That's why I think you go the other way.
Inevitably going to be some subjectivity in this.
I think so, but I also think that that's good because everybody's situation is different and everybody purchased a different unit with different rules and different situations. And we are creating this to try and help owners, both the sellers and the purchasers. So I'm totally fine with this is I'm speaking for me personally, but in the interest of trying to get to the next step, if we want to amend a few wordsmith things in here to try and make it more egregious. I like the idea of damage. If there's surface damage or something, and that maybe can leave out the wear and tear stuff that we can all get on board for, that would be great. But I think that leaving it a bit broad is helpful to our owners and purchasers, because they're going to be able to coordinate a good outcome with our staff who want to help everybody.
Yeah. And we want to help staff make it a little easier on them too.
Yeah. So, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's a good way to move forward.
So do we want to have it say,
We can just give them direction.
does that sound okay for you, Ally, to try and make it be more clear in that bullet point that we're talking about damaged surfaces?
Yes.
Requiring replacement or something. I don't know. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be some subjectivity, but this just simply isn't a normal negotiated purchase. And
Yeah, I'll put damage somewhere in that bullet point, maybe just surface damage instead of surface scratches, something like that. But I did just want to bring your eyes back up a couple of lines. It does say that the minimum standards for sale at maximum sales price shall take into account the age and prior known and documented condition of the unit for purposes of reasonable wear and tear.
Right.
So it's definitely not arbitrary. We are always taking into consideration, well, what condition was the unit when you purchased it? And what's really reasonable to ask you to do after a year of ownership, after 15 years of ownership. And all of this is a negotiation. However, THA as the regulator, we do need something to fall back on if a unit is just not meeting our standards and if the buyer and seller are not working together, most often if a seller is not being reasonable.
does that feel okay? Ashley, does that feel okay to you? I don't know if she's.
Yeah, that feels okay.
Great.
Okay, so just moving on one more page over. So this is page 35. There's been a lot of discussion lately about radon mitigation and how we've never prohibited it, of course, and we would encourage it, but there's been a question about how it would count towards permitted capital improvements. So we have addressed that now in the guidelines. If you have any comments there, I'm happy to answer those. Of course, I already referenced this, but in paragraph F, there is, after these guidelines are adopted, there will be a requirement to execute an inspection form, which really just memorializes the condition of the property. And that goes to the point I just made, which is really just to make sure when a seller does decide that they want to sell, what's reasonable to ask that seller to do? How much wear and tear did they put on the property? How long did they own it? What was the condition before they purchased it? And that inspection form will have pictures, it'll have all the documentation. So that way, when it comes time for that person to sell, we know how to treat their ownership period for purposes of getting to that maximum sales price.
And so just as a quick recap for those listening, the radon mitigation policy that we are proposing here says it shall be permitted at any time, regardless of the levels or readings, but you have to still ask and communicate with THA staff before you do it. And reasonable costs can be added to the maximum sales price as a permitted capital improvement, but they don't count towards your max to the limit. So we think that and it will also be subject to depreciation, any system or cost associated with that. So we wanted to come up with something that encouraged people to put these systems in their house to have as safe a unit as they can. And we hope that this achieves that.
I have one question, minor, and it's probably addressed somewhere and I didn't see it. I know there's not many left, but do we need to have a side note on any property that does not have a maximum sales price? Or does it just not fall under this and you can let it go?
So the only properties that don't have maximum sales prices are going to be the employee dwelling units that are usually carved out from these provisions. It's not in
I just
their
wanna make
deed
sure.
restriction.
I just want to
Yeah.
100% make sure.
Mhm. So it's a complete negotiation. They're treated a lot like the free market properties. It's just qualification. That's the only thing that we would look at. Are you a qualified buyer? Great. What condition is the property in? We don't care. That's up to them to decide.
And then for the maximum sales price, if there is some contentiousness between buyer and seller, or buyer and us, or seller and us, for example, does a buyer have a right to say, no, I'm good with the damage in the wall?
No.
No,
so
The
we,
equation 100%.
and from that perspective, we're defenders of the buyer almost, by being defenders of the program. So you cannot waive, as a buyer, you cannot waive these standards unless the maximum sales price is reduced accordingly. In which case you will be expected to then bring the unit up to those those minimum standards once you've purchased the unit. So the integrity of these units is very important to us. And so you can't, a buyer cannot give preference to, or a seller can't give preference to a buyer who's just willing to pay them everything and still accept the unit in the condition that it's in. So we protect buyers and protect the program in that sense.
Oh, yeah, why don't we do that? I know that we have someone here for public comment about radon. Is everybody okay with me opening for public comment for a moment before we keep going? Sweet. Step on up. Thanks, Adrian.
Hi, Adrian Christie. It's not so much radon as the item D, the one above that. I don't know what that says. I've read it many times and you just explained it a little bit, Geneva, but as like a person who would try to interpret these rules, I'm confused specifically by the statement common elements. Feels like common elements needs to maybe be defined, or can you explain what that means a little bit more clearly?
Maybe.
Thank you.
Allie can jump in there.
Yeah, so common elements are usually described in the condominium declarations or in the creating documents for an HOA. What this really means, and it's because we don't want to require a roof inspection every single time, say, a Spruce House unit transfers, because that's not, and I live at Spruce House. I don't have any control over what goes on at the roof. The HOA does. So that might become part of a professional inspection, but the MSP of the unit won't be reduced for the condition of a common element. The MSP is only reduced for something that I have control over as an owner, which is my unit. So HOA common elements are excluded from anything that Pam has to inspect and anything that SMRHA or THA would include as an MSP reduction item. But let's say there's a significant, that's always a matter that's up for negotiation. So we assign an MSP based on the condition of the unit studs in. But let's say there is a special assessment that we know is going to be, it's already been assigned, it just hasn't been paid. At that point, and a seller can always sell for less than the MSP. And at that point, the seller and the buyer could negotiate. But my inclination is the buyer would or the seller would probably be able to find someone who is willing to purchase the unit and pay the assessment.
And what about in this D circumstance that Adrian brought up? What, is that also inclusive of limited common elements? And does it matter if an owner is responsible to pay for certain limited common elements in your assessment?
So for our properties, we don't have a lot of limited common elements. I think, remember, these are very different than free market properties, and there aren't pools, there aren't any big common elements here. You're mostly just talking about,
Probably be
yeah. So your deck would be included as part of your responsibility as a unit owner. So we're talking about just pure common elements, a garage, a roof. Maybe if there's common elements that are landscaped, we're not looking at that. And that will not be considered as part of the maximum sales price. That's an HOA issue.
Do we want to specifically call out your example and have all special assessments like paid and up to date for the maximum sales price? Like, does that feel like something we should require so that it's not on the buyer to have to negotiate that? Because that does seem like, if your special assessment is $20,000 and the seller hasn't paid it and you're inheriting that bill, I feel like that should come out of maximum sales price personally.
So we have not encountered the issue of special assessments yet for our properties, these significant special assessments. Regardless of whether it was, let's say the seller paid it before they sold the property. Most likely, we're going to allow that as an increased MSP anyways. And then if someone buys it and then pays it, they'll be paying it and adding it to MSP. So at the end of the day, the result is the same. I don't think that's something, unless and until it becomes an issue, I really don't think we need to address that right now.
I'm fine with that.
And typically what happens in the contract is that if it's been assessed prior to closing, the seller has to pay for it. And if it's going to be assessed after the closing, the buyer pays for it. But just so the listening public can understand it a little bit better, especially as a buyer, all of those decision-making processes will be in the HOA meeting minutes and will be accessible, to any buyer. So you won't be walking to it'd be tough to walk into a situation where even if an assessment's not paid, that it would be blind to you going in. You may not be happy about, oh, they're talking about the roof getting replaced, but they haven't voted on it and I'm buying it before the vote. Well, then that's just what you have to determine is worth the risk or not.
Okay.
Ashley has her hand up over there.
Ashley.
I was just gonna let you guys know it's 11 o'clock over here and I'm safe pretty bad. So I'm gonna hop off. I wish you luck with this discussion. I'm sorry I'm not more alert and could continue to input, but I'll leave it in your hands. You guys have a good day.
Thanks for tuning in, Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
Have a good one. Okay, since I opened public comment, if there's anybody online that would like to make public comment, maybe on things that we've discussed so far, I would love to hear that, and we can potentially reopen it later. Just try and keep knocking off through our list from Allie. So if anybody is online for public comment, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody else in the room here, and I don't see anybody online. So, oh, Adrian's coming back.
I know you're talking about things you've already talked about, but I have to go back to work. So I'm going to make public comment on something that you haven't talked about yet,
Go ahead.
which is specifically about capital improvements. And it seemed like you were debating between two possible considerations of how to calculate the percentage that someone can have. And I would just advocate, as someone who lives in deed restricted housing, that it not be the annual like percent year that you've owned the property. That feels like overly complicated. I think just if someone wants to do something over the 10% and they come and ask for permission and you have a discussion and you have that you can allow that would be a better way of doing it, in my opinion. I think you can talk about these guidelines until you're blue in the face from a policy perspective, but unless it's administratively simple and just like obvious how people can achieve these capital improvements, nobody's going to do them. No one really goes and talks to THA about them now. They just do what they want to do to their house. And then they get grumpy when they want to sell their home because they're not getting money for the things that they did because the process is overly complicated. And I know that these guidelines don't guide the administrative aspect necessarily, but I do think that as the property in our community continues to age, that the administrative element of capital improvements really needs to be considered. And I know that's a discussion with Pam and the Housing Authority, but yeah, I've never asked to get money for my home, and I've done a lot to it because it's hard to ask for permission on something that you feel like you own, even though you do, but you don't. And so anyway, and then the other thing, sorry, I'm trying to remember, there's one other thing I wanted to make comment on. Please just, keep it simple. I know that it's easy to get in these discussions, but like the simpler it is for someone to be able to go and look at the guideline and understand what you're saying to them, as opposed to having to call and ask for permission or a question, just makes it better. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. I will say just in response to that I think we're trying to make it easier for folks by having an annual increase so that it can be a staff level answer instead of coming to the full board and doing a hearing for each individual situation. And that was sort of our logic behind that. But I can see how both are, it's cumbersome and we want to make it simpler. And this is us trying to sausagely make it simpler. Does anybody else have? I think that's it for public comment. So at the moment, so I'll close that. Allie, what do you want to go to? Should we talk about the PCI next, since we're sort of?
I think that is next
Great.
here. I don't know how it got off of my bullet list, but that is next in the red line. However, I do want to ask you real quick. We did start a little bit later on the agenda. What time did you want to wrap up this discussion today?
I need to get out of here by 3:30.
Okay.
Not sure where everybody else is at.
We do have,
We have more tomorrow, and if we want to adjust and move on to and come back to this, I'm okay with that too.
I think, because ideally tomorrow is our last discussion about this. If we want to be, to not have meetings during the budget meetings about this, and if we would like to be on schedule to adopt by the end of October. So I think it's really good for me to get your impression on some of these bigger items. That way I can make changes before tomorrow. And then hopefully after tomorrow's meeting, we have clear direction and we're ready to adopt on the 21st. So I think discussing the permitted capital improvements next is a good idea. So this is, let me go real quick. So 108.2. Or we can go in order until we get there. Does that cleanest? Okay.
It's page 42.
Yeah. So I think apologize. We wrapped up the discussion on the minimum standards for maximum sales price. The next item on the bulleted list is limiting seller ability to withdraw once the lottery procedures have begun. So this is 106.6. And the justification behind this is because as more units are starting to go to lottery or will be going to lottery in the future, once staff has noticed a lottery, once the public has gotten excited about a lottery, Once we have started collecting applications and spent a lot of time going through those applications, there needs to be a cutoff point somewhere for an owner to not be able to say, never mind. And what we have drawn that cutoff point for right now is once the lottery has been noticed. And if for some reason afterwards they do still want to withdraw, I think we could probably always hear that as an exception, and see what their justifications are. Maybe something dramatic changed and they end up staying here. But just saying, never mind, I don't want to sell anymore, won't be good enough moving forward.
I am in favor of that. Yep. Are you opposed? Great. Next one.
Okay, 106.9 is the next one. And this is on page 37. This is just talking about a seller fee when these units transfer. We have always had a fee. However, it's changed several times over the last few years as to when it gets implemented. Right now, the 1% fee only applies when a housing unit is selling as the result of a notice of violation. Moving forward, we are recommending that we go back to that, or we just go to a flat $500 fee, and that could change anytime these guidelines come forward. You could change that fee amount. You could make it higher, you could make it less. But the 1% fee would continue to apply only when there is a sale as a result of a notice of violation. So you're looking at $500 flat fee that should cover all of the administrative cost, because there are significant administrative costs in qualifying buyers, in preparing the deed restrictions, and dealing with the title companies. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes anytime one of these units transfers. $500 is only really hitting the tip of the iceberg, but at least it's something. But that 1%, of course, is significantly more when you're talking about units that are usually priced between $200,000 and $400,000. And then that serves as it's a bit more of a penalty when you're selling as a result of a notice of violation. But both of these are now memorialized in the guidelines.
Anybody opposed to that? Great.
The next one is 106.11. This is on the same page, just one paragraph down. And it's just clarifying, it's implementing excluding households from upcoming lotteries who have been placed under an NOV within the last 2 years. So this is saying that if you're currently in one of our units and you did something wrong and you received an NOV and that NOV stuck, you don't then get to enter a lottery to be advantaged further by the program. So it's, again, kind of an additional penalty for not following the rules of the program. We did have a lot of discussions at the subcommittee level about this, about what if someone is issued an NOV in error. Well, in that case, we usually withdraw the NOV. So an NOV will only consider to have been issued if it was issued and then a violation was actually found.
Opposed to that concept of just having like a bit more of a penalty that's not permanent for households applying for upcoming. Okay, great.
Okay. 106.11E. So again, we're still talking about just the lottery procedures and just trying to tighten up this process in anticipation of having to do this a lot more often moving forward. And this one is for the benefit of the seller, because if we have a list of lottery winners and first person on the list, they can't sit on that decision for a week, for 2 weeks. They have 3 days to decide whether they want to purchase the unit that they entered the lottery for, or if they're going to pass. And as soon as they decide that they don't want it, then we'll move on to the next person, so on and so forth. And so this is because knowing that the lottery process is going to really slow down the transfer process, we need to make sure that we've got a timeline to keep things moving. So it's a 3-day decision period.
I have a quick question. Now, 3 days is legit to me. In your experience in working with these deals in the last year or two, have you run into any delays with the 30-day close based on lending specifically?
No. So, and this 30-day close is something new. So this is not something that we've required in the past. And I think 30 days might be mentioned in some deed restrictions, but it's not in all of them. And I think some have 60-day. So 30-day is what we're starting with. However, think of it this way. If someone has to sell their unit and to someone who is purchasing through the lottery, it's going to bog down the timeline even more If they don't close within that 30-day period, then they have to start all over again with number 2, rather than just extending the financing period for the person who was in the first slot. So we're keeping that, we're implementing a 30-day close requirement. However, you do have to be pre-qualified before you can even enter the lottery. So things should already, a potential buyer should already have the ball rolling on the financing side. And the 30-day, I don't anticipate having many issues with, but we have seen in the past that financing has been extended, or that closing period has been extended for financing.
I personally would like to see that you've got a lending only exception for at least 15 more days. 30 is quick. Even if you're pre-qualified, because pre-qualified is a much lighter step than pre-approval.
I think I agree with Teddy's expertise on this one, and yeah, we want to keep it moving, of course, but it is a monumental life decision, and there's a lot of things to get in order, so.
Lending industry is hard, and a lot of it also, some of the hoops aren't as detailed like appraisals, but you still need one, and there's just lots of things out of buyer, seller, and town control. And just want, and I think padding it a little bit would make life easier on everyone.
Okay, definitely. That won't be too difficult to add in at all. And I think if someone's being held up for lending by another 15 days, I don't think that'll be an issue. So, okay, I'll make that change before tomorrow morning. The next one is 107.1, and that's just memorializing the current tenant application fee. This is a fee that we already collect and have been collecting for a very long time. I believe it's $25 when you initially apply to qualify as a tenant. And all we're doing is, again, just memorializing that there is a fee. If you wanted to change that fee amount, we can do that now. We can do it in the future, but at least we know where it lives, which is in these guidelines now.
I don't think we need to increase it at the moment personally.
So the next one is 107.2D, and we might want to skip over this one if it leads to more conversation and save it for tomorrow, because I'm really trying to get to the next bullet point, which does talk about the permitted capital improvements. But this is it's a new restriction preventing owners from profiting from room rental. So keep in mind that while this is a restriction, an owner could always come forward and ask for an exception to this. So always remember that exceptions are available unless they're prohibited. So if someone has already paid off their unit and they don't have a mortgage anymore, then their cost of renting out that room it's going to be pretty low. Under this new restriction, they would only be able to charge rent equivalent to those costs. But of course, that cost, because they're so low, it might not be reasonable to rent out a room for $500 a month. In that case, we would probably allow someone to rent out the room for more under an exception. But what we're mostly trying to do here is just make sure that owners don't profit from those room rentals by only charging the rental rate that essentially breaks them even by renting that room out. And it's another way to incentivize people to right size in their units.
Betty, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a tough one. My only thought is, can you do that can you make that restriction after the fact on someone who purchased it? You have to do it starting.
So most deed restrictions are subject to the guidelines as amended, and we've been very clear about that in the last few years of executing these deed restrictions. So as with any of these changes in the guidelines, it becomes a bit of a patchwork. We'll probably be able to enforce this against some people, not against others. What you could always do is what we have done in the past, which is apply this moving forward. So to any deed restriction executed after the effective date of this change, that's who it could apply to. We've done that several times, and it's an option available here too.
Yeah, I think I think you're doing it the right way. It would, to truly dive into that is a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. It just, you could argue both sides of it, and both sides could be somewhat correct. I think that it's a tough one,
Why don't we marinate on that and
Yeah.
put a pin in it for tomorrow and keep trucking on these final ones?
Okay, so the next one, I'd like to hear your initial thoughts here, because I know the subcommittee went back and forth a lot on this one, even though the changes do look pretty simple at the end of the day. I am very happy with where it landed. I think administratively it's simple. So there could be no conversation that occurs here. There could be a lot of conversation that occurs here. Essentially what we have tried to do is, just as Geneva stated earlier, we're trying to make it easier for people to improve their units, knowing that these units are starting to age, knowing that there has been some oversight in the past with respect to unit condition during transfers. So that's something that we're very on top of now. But in the past, I don't think the magnifying glass wasn't quite there. So what we're trying to do is allow current owners to improve their units through these permitted capital improvements. But what we have done, we've shifted the percentage amounts. So 10% could be, or 5% could be approved, up to 5% of the original purchase price could be approved by the subcommittee. Up to 10% of the original purchase price, or 10%, 5% could be approved by staff. Up to 10% could be approved by the subcommittee or board. I apologize. Let me look at this again.
I think it is 10% flat.
Yeah.
Well, we're changing it to that. I think
That's
he's
the
saying what
proposal.
it was.
Oh, I
Yeah.
misunderstood.
So we had 5 at staff level, 10 at subcommittee, and now we're going to 10 at staff level.
Yes. So 10% at staff level. Anything above 10% would be approved by the THA subcommittee, not the THA board. And I know what you had just talked about, Geneva, and what Adrian spoke to earlier. The subcommittee at one point discussed allowing an additional 1%, so 11%, 12%, 13% for every increment of ownership years. So let's say you got another 1% for every 5 years of ownership. That makes the calculation very complicated. I think the easier way to address that and still allow increases above 10% to that permitted capital improvement limit is when that first permitted capital improvement comes through that goes above 10%. Let's say you got up to 9% just by going to talk to SMRHA, and you now want to do another 2%. When we allow up to that 11%, we say, as part of the exception conditions, you get another 3% that gets to go to staff. But once you get to above 13% or 14% or whatever it is that the subcommittee wants to set, that's when they then have to come back to the subcommittee. So it's not that they have to come back for every little thing they do after 10%. We just reset it during that first hearing. And I think it makes it simpler. But I think there are many ways to do this also. And I know you discussed all of them. So I will leave it with you now to continue that discussion.
Weigh in on there's a lot of ways to skin the cat on this one, and they're all complicated. But I think that our goal with this recommendation had been or for these options had been to make it so that there's more opportunity to go to a staff level, to just go to RHA staff, ask for permission, get it approved, instead of having to come in front of the board and do a hearing. And a combination of that and exceptions. So I don't know what the right option is, but
I mean, I think to Adrian's point, anything that we can do to simplify the process is appreciated. And this feels like simplifying the process that we had before in the older guidelines. So I think
it does too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you still have to send the email or make the call, but I don't think I don't think there's any way of getting around that part of the process. So I think this does feel a little more simple and streamlined.
And I think there's a lot we can do to help this process by putting some education, effort behind education and forms that are available online and sort of a tutorial on how to get your PCI approved.
Do we need to make little instructional videos?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the answer is yes, to all of that. I think that this is it's funny, with just watching the whole process, I think this is so much easier with all of these newer projects. I just pulled up some older deed restrictions because I was there's no way that there was a list of appliances, and there's not, and so I think that's where and obviously I come from a specific viewpoint that I think all of this works moving forward. It's just then figuring out how to fix it for the people who
this doesn't, that had to do all of the things that we're now requiring and had to do it on their own and had to do it without, or like, I think I saw somebody go through a similar process where they needed to replace something and they were denied the ability to put the same material in their unit that is in current buildings. And then I had to put in like butcher block. And then because it's butcher block, like now they have to get another countertop, And so I think like we just have to, that's the one like missing loop that I think that we need to address. But I think like this is likely the easiest way to go through a process. And I do think that just having a basic sort of like, this is how you PCI is going to be helpful. I still just worry that with the cost of everything, like 30 grand is not a lot of money when you've had a house for 20 years, and so that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we went down that rabbit hole at the subcommittee level, and I'm not sure that we could get to a good solution. So I think, it's not perfect. It's not ideal. It's interesting to have someone who's in our homeowner system not want the additional.
No, I think that I just think it doesn't go far enough. But
Right.
yeah.
But the additional 1% every year, I think could be really helpful, but that is too that if that's too tedious, then I don't really know how else to address it other
I
than
think
things.
maybe we should, maybe let's try and communicate with, I'll try and call Adrian and talk through it a little more. Cause I feel like we are closer than maybe it seems.
Yeah.
But looking at the clock, it's 3:24. Do you think we can lightning round some other items on here?
I think we can probably get through the rest of this actually pretty quickly.
Okay.
So we'll discuss that more in depth tomorrow. But I think it's really important just to highlight that we have removed the confusing 10% cap on the OPP for permitted capital improvements. That wasn't an exception prohibition before. You could still ask for it, but yet there was still this cap in here. So what we've really essentially done, we've made the process easier by changing who it is you have to ask for up to 10% of permitted capital improvements. Above 10%, you just have to go to the subcommittee. You can go to the subcommittee however many times it takes. The subcommittee can always set a different benchmark as part of its conditions. So it doesn't mean that someone, every time they want to do a $500 improvement, they have to come to you. You can say, no, you get to do improvements through staff level up until you hit this amount. So I think that's where the 1% will get really confusing rather than just handling it situation by situation when it comes to the exception process. But overall, just removing that 10% cap is going to be, I think, very helpful in allowing it to be instead a very situational consideration during the exception process. Knowing that all these units are very different.
Would a flow chart make that more clear of, I don't know if it would. I'm just trying to think about how do we distill this very long document into something of like, okay, you start here, have you hit 10% of the value of your house? We don't need to get off the tracks here, but it's the thought of.
We can revise our PCI application for that, I think. And as soon as someone says they know that they want to do an improvement, we'll hand them an application. The application will have at the top of it, hopefully the instructions, not only how to fill it out, but also how do you do this process? Who are you going before? What are you trying to do? Does it qualify? Who do you need to ask? What have you already done in the past? So I think we can get that point across just by revising the application form. Okay, so moving down then, lightning round, 10810. This is on page 45. This is something I've been wanting to add to the guidelines for a while now, not because we have an issue, but because they anticipate some issues. I've been afraid of some issues in the past. We've been very close to this, where this essentially just says that you can't further deed restrict an already deed restricted affordable housing unit. So if someone wants to come in and deed restrict it further as to affordability of the unit, they can't come in and make so an employer couldn't put another deed restriction on top of ours that restricts the unit to only their employees, for instance. So our program applies and only our program applies.
Thumbs up for that.
Okay, the next one is 1092B. And this is on next page over, page 46. So we have exceptions. We've seen a lot more of them, and I think we're going to continue to see a lot of exceptions. We're trying to, by this, just make sure that the process is memorialized properly. So we're going to require, and we've already done this in the past, but we're going to put it into the guidelines, that there is an exception agreement that is going to be required following the exception, which really just has the applicant acknowledge in writing the conditions that the subcommittee or the board placed on the granting of that exception. So there are conditions of approval, and then more dramatic, there's an automatic expiration to exceptions that have been granted. And I'll give you an example of this that I think will really get the point across. A household was granted a permanent exception to net assets and now has several $1 million of net assets. And there's no expiration to that. And we can't do anything about it because the subcommittee granted it without any conditions. So you now have a household that would not qualify on multiples for the housing that they're in, but because they got an exception, they're able to qualify in perpetuity. So with this provision, we are saying that unless the subcommittee or board very specifically says that it is a permanent exception, it expires in 2 years.
No, I'm just surprised, but not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Oh, this is 5 years, not 2 years. So it's a 5-year. So 5 years after the exception is granted, it will expire. You could always come back and ask for another exception. But, and again, the point still stands. Unless the board or the subcommittee very specifically says this exception is granted into perpetuity, it expires in 5 years. And that applies for qualification purposes, continuing qualification, initial eligibility. Any exception that is granted expires.
I think that makes sense because if it is a permanent exception and we call it out, we call it out. And that's an easy way to address that issue.
But, okay, so, but a lot of people have signed deed restrictions that accept.
It won't apply for previously granted exceptions. So this only applies moving forward.
Okay.
So someone who already has an exception, we can't apply it to them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions there before we move on? Okay. So next we're getting into the appeal and NOV processes. This is where my attorney brain, just as I'm usually preparing for these, I wish there was more there. And so I put more there. And this should help everyone in the future. It doesn't help just me who's trying to guide these appeals through, but it should help you as well as a decision maker. It should help the applicant with clarity, their attorneys with clarity. So we're just making the process better. So what we've done in the appeal process is we've added a standard of review, which I think is pretty important because how you review it will, the standard under which you're reviewing an appeal determines the outcome. So what we've done is we've added clarity here by including a standard of review in the appeal procedures. This is on page 49. And we talk about both the first appeal level, which is the THA subcommittee, and then also the THA board, should there be a secondary appeal up to the board, and what those standards would be, what you would be looking at during an appeal. Any questions anyone has there?
Not for me. Teddy's good. Okay, sweet.
Okay.
The next one.
I'll get into NOVs here in a minute, very similar, but first we have clarification in section 110.6. And I will have to bring that for you tomorrow because this is an editing mistake with the linking of the terms. On-call work hours is not supposed to be there. Neither is the option to purchase. So I think, but you can go ahead and look at the new language, and it's the language in blue, and it says that it's in section 110.7. But it's while the current maximum sales price will be relayed to a lender for refinancing. This really just says that section 110.5 is going to continue to apply with the original purchase price, and the deed restriction is what gets memorialized. So when you refinance a unit, you're not refinancing for your current maximum sales price. You can only refinance to your original purchase price. So you basically can't get equity out of a unit that you have gained through appreciation of the unit. That's all this section is saying.
Works for me.
Okay, and then the next one you'll see, it's an entirely new section, section 111. And while we all know what NOVs are and they've been around for a long time, they're stated, they're referenced a couple of times in the guidelines. We talk about them a little bit in all of the deed restrictions. However, we don't have a process specified for how those are going to be handled other than a hearing will be held. That's what the current deed restrictions usually say. A hearing will be held sometimes within a period of 15 days, 30 days. But what we're doing here is we're filling in that process for the hearing. So we have a whole NOV process with standards of review, with timelines that will apply moving forward. And I think that's going to be important as we likely see more NOVs as enforcement has continued pretty heavily here in the last couple of years. And we have another guidelines compliance coming up at the end of this year. So again, this is just creating that process, filling in the gaps where previously we knew a process existed. We have held it, but there have been a lot of questions, especially from attorneys, as to what the standards are and how these hearings are actually carried out. So we went through this process forming at the subcommittee level, but if you have any questions over what cure means when it is available, isn't available, I put sub-bullets underneath this NOV process, situations where cure is not available, addressing repeat or frequent violations, the hearing procedures, of course, and then authorizing settlement agreements and who has the signing authority for those settlement agreements that are offered by staff.
Any question there? Pretty much the same protocol for hearings that we always have, but we just explain them.
Yeah.
That's great.
Great.
Except the subcommittee did this concept of cure, which is available in all deed restrictions. You're able to cure a violation. But what we have found is that some violations are pretty egregious and they can be cured. But if you repeat them, there's no consequence. So what we've done here in this NOV procedure is build in a consequence. Cure is not always going to be available anymore. So you can't leave your unit vacant for a couple of years and not tell anyone and come back and it's cured, but there are going to be repercussions for that moving forward.
Great.
Okay, and then this is the last bullet point, the last topic that really doesn't even need any discussion. It's just acknowledgement that we actually do now have rental policies for the town constructed rental housing units. And there were no changes that we made in all of Part 2, which is the housing mitigation program. Again, just the structure of this document. Almost all of the regulations live in Part 1, which are the general provisions. And then we get into the housing specific, each program, mitigation units, EDUs, town constructed units. But we're not changing anything specific to any of those programs. We're changing the more general provisions. So no specific changes were proposed for this time around. And then this 307.3, which is just an acknowledgement. It's not an additional regulation, but it's on page 65. And all it says that these units are the town constructed rental units, which are our rental projects, are subject to the employee policies, the employee rental housing policies, and not these guidelines to hopefully remove some confusion.
Really quick, Allie, just on the previous page, it just looks like there's an error. In fact, it specifically says error, reference source not found for ownership lotteries. Just to point that out.
Yeah, and I changing this into red line from a PDF document. It's a lot of these they don't show up when you're not looking even at the red line version on Word. They don't show up until you hit print to PDF. And I spent a stupid amount of time trying to figure that out a few days ago.
Talking these small number of errors like that.
Yep.
You've done fantastic. But
I will, for purposes of tomorrow's meeting, just so no one's confused, I will also do a clean version of this, just so if there are any questions where some of these errors pop up, I want this to be fully transparent. And again, this doesn't show up in the clean version and even in the red line. It's only when you hit print, for some reason, it does that. So.
Okay, well, that seems like a good place to hit pause for now, and we'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much, Allie. And by mutual consent, we'll adjourn the THA full meeting and go back to town council.
Great. Geneva, great job. Thank you very much. Allie, thank you so much. That is going to bring us into our audible, which is going back to the end of administrative reports. And that will take us to attorney's report with Kevin Geiger, if you're ready for that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think I only have one thing to report, and this is from early.
Sorry, can we just take a 2-minute break just to use the restroom?
Yeah, yeah.
Pass out the amendment.
No
Just
sweat.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
no sweat.
Thanks.
Okay, after that brief 3-minute recess, we are back and we are segueing back to agenda item number 2, administrative reports. And we are at 2B with attorney's report with Kevin Geiger.
Thanks, Mayor. The only thing I had to report or wanted to report on before the break there was just to let you know, I think council's aware, but this is more for the public as well, that we have filed our opening brief in the Colorado Supreme Court case pertaining to the Butcher Creek PUD and the issues that are going before the Colorado Supreme Court on that. So that's been fully briefed. That occurred back in early September. I missed your meeting on the 9th, so I didn't get to update you on that at that point publicly, but of course you know about this because we've provided you copies. Another interesting component of that is that the Colorado Municipal League, council is aware of this, but for the public, Colorado Municipal League, which is the preeminent lobbying organization and also both legislative and also judicial activism, has decided to file an amicus curiae brief in support of the town's position at the Colorado Supreme Court level. That's a very important component. We did have their support also in the Valley Floor litigation that went up in 2007, 2008. So quite a step for CML to step in on litigation all the way up to the Colorado Supreme Court. The response brief from the plaintiffs will be due in mid-October, about 2 weeks from now. And then we'll have one more opportunity for what's called a reply brief, likely around the end of October or early in November if there are no extensions of time that are granted. And then at some point, presumably this late fall or winter, it will be set for oral argument over in Denver. And we'll keep you appraised of when that date comes up. That's the only thing I wanted to mention.
Great, Kevin, thank you very much. That will bring us to agenda item 2C, which is a little bit of double work since we, had to skip over it last meeting. So I will start with Elena.
Yeah, so I have since we missed it last time, I have a handful to update you guys on. At PNZ, we talked Wait, I didn't do this, right? Yeah.
Didn't you cover me while I was gone? Yeah.
I did, but I was
Yeah.
making sure I didn't give you guys the update yet. Because we skipped it at the meeting.
Got it.
Yeah. So at the P and Z meeting, we mostly talked about the comprehensive plan update. There was some catch up about the master plan outreach and the engage page. They were looking for other like ideas for community engagement and or events and venues for engagement, particularly how do we get more participation and how do we engage like 20 to 30-year-olds. That not so much the career and family demographic, but a little, kind of the young adults that make up a lot of our town, but aren't always represented at some of the meetings that we have. So if you guys have any ideas, definitely let that board know or let me know and I can tell them. And we reviewed the 2006 comprehensive plan, and a lot of things on that plan are carrying over. And there were a lot of boxes that we could check of things that we had accomplished. One of the big ones was the roundabout at the end of the spur. I did want to mention there's concerns about our aging canopy of trees and lack of replacement for those. So in the 2006 plan, that wasn't specifically called out. There was some mention of landscaping and ecology, but specifically making sure we're replanting more trees that can become old growth canopy trees. That hasn't happened at the rate that it probably should have. Then kind of the housing subcommittee meeting we had was pretty short, and we just saw a couple exceptions that we don't really need to go into. So for CASE, we have, let's see, so I have 2 meetings that we've had, and we have received, the grants were due by September 22nd. So we've received all the grants and we're having a meeting tomorrow. So I'll have a little bit more information on our next council meeting. But basically, there's a bunch of new Telluride Chamber Music events. And we've gotten some organizational reports from some different organizations, which I won't go into too much detail. But we just have a lot of great organizations doing awesome things. I'm constantly reminded about that. Okay, what's my next one? Do I have anything for Kathy? Sorry, I have my notes on different, I have them categorized. Kathy, we also talked about the updated comprehensive plan, master plan, and we talked about needing more Spanish language engagement and how to do that, and how do we kind of find trusted community members in the immigrant community to help us encourage participation from that demographic. So if we do have more events about the master plan, maybe we can start having a CAFE member attend those so they can help facilitate that involvement. What else? Tri-County has been working with a legal team about wage theft. So they've been working with an attorney and have some more resources available if anybody thinks that they are a victim of wage theft, which is prevalent in our community, specifically in the immigrant community. So it is illegal. And if you feel like you might be subject to that, reach out to Tri-County, and they've been doing work on that. And Telluride Arts is going to be doing a fundraiser for the Unidos Fund at the Holiday Arts Bazaar. So in the launch pad, the top floor, they're going to have a bake sale and maybe some other items for sale, but that'll all be a benefit for the Unidos Fund, which is money that can be granted for pretty much anything. You can apply, and they'll decide, the granting committee will decide who gets their grants, but it is pretty broad in what you can use that money for. So, and there's lots of funds in that account. So we're excited to have a fundraiser for that and also encourage people to apply for those funds if they feel like they could use them. Sorry, guys. I went to a CTC meeting, but it was so long ago and I didn't take notes, but the youth shed is great. And they're having a lot of involvement there. And then we've had a couple HARC meetings, but let me pull up those notes. I think I gave you an update on the last one. But nothing too big to note. We did have a work session on Carhenge, which I won't talk too much about because we are the applicant, right? I'm not supposed to talk about that.
So I know what you're talking about, but
Work
probably.
session on Carhenge.
Just you can't give any opinions.
Okay. So yeah, we did have a work
Be
session.
careful
Yeah.
as a
Mhm.
Carhenge.
Should I not?
End. Well, I'll stop you.
Okay. So there were a couple projects that were approved. Oh, there was another project that we saw that had a question about land use code compliance, and this has been coming up a lot. HARC is supposed to receive applications that are all land use code compliant, and we've had a few things flagged. So this has come up a handful of times in the past couple of meetings, and just something that we should be aware of. Because it is important that we're making sure everything is land use code compliant before the HARC board sees it. And we had a work session on Carhenge. There were concerns about some of the wall planes being too big and not having any step downs. They really wanted to see more of that parking underground. That was like the big overwhelming message to the architects that at least yeah. And then there were concerns about overall height. I think we have the overall height around 50 or 55 feet, and that is just outside of anything that HARC has ever approved. So that, what?
So I don't know if that's 100% true, but
Oh,
part of it is we're at the maximum height of the PUD allowance.
Yeah. And so what they said in the meeting that struck me was that they have nothing to compare that to because it's so much higher than what we usually allow. So that was just something that I thought was worth mentioning. And I think that is everything that I have.
Awesome. Eleanor, thank you very much. Mian, we will go to you next.
I'm going to try and streamline some of it because I do feel like a lot of the information was kind of captured in the manager's report in regards to sales tax revenue, specific to tourism board and air visitation. We are seeing overall the destination is fairly flat, which is great. ADR RevPAR is down for the destination by 2%. But the adjusted paid occupancy is up by 1%. We're seeing a little bit more stabilization in Telluride than in Mountain Village, which has not been what we've seen for a while. So Telluride is sort of overarchingly down 1%. But we have been down in comparison to Mountain Village, and Mountain Village has been had increased numbers. It feels like almost for at least the last year or so. So I think that is promising. And I do think obviously our summer festivals, and I think specifically what we're starting to see is, with that one music edition, that we did see our numbers climb as a result, which was great. Elena reported on Kathy. And then I'm going to kind of combine SMART and the gondola, but for the gondola, we went through some project management updates, but then really kind of focused in on what procurement methodology could potentially look like, the different ways that we would go through the procurement process to decide on a gondola gondola company, and how that could potentially affect the process itself and the timeline itself if if we chose the gondola provider prior to and they came through the process with us versus going through the process and then selecting the gondola company. So that was really just the first session that we had, in discussing that, and we'll be discussing it more. But it felt like it was a little bit of a turn into a new phase when it comes to the gondola, the exploration of the gondola replacement and what that could potentially look like as we go through the process of applying for these federal grants. At SMART, we had a budget review. And I think really ultimately one of the things, there are a couple of things that of note, I think of particular interest to me and things that we've heard from the community, but there will be a feasibility study that is going to commence next year in regards to more transportation modalities that could be considered on the west end of our town into the county itself. So we'll be running a feasibility study in regards to some different types of transportation that can be utilized to activate the county and connect to the town. But I think one of the things that I did actually really want to call out that came up at the SMART board and I think has value to be like just discussed in general by this council and see if this is something that these are conversations we want to start to pursue within the community. But the property valuations that we've seen have increased. SMART's budget didn't anticipate those increases. And so the budget was not necessarily built on receiving that additional money as part of the mill that was passed. And the board did discuss a desire to potentially just tax credit back to the homeowners. And that was something that had come out of the 3A conversations, and that's something that the board had put into their guiding documents, just so that future boards could understand that that was the view and the expectation of the board once the mill was passed. The concern ultimately is that if SMART is the only organization doing something like this, we're not really benefiting the community, or we're not really answering the concern of our taxpayers that their property values have gone up and their taxes have gone up proportionally as well. And so I spoke briefly with Anne yesterday about it as well. But I mean, I personally think that it's worth the conversation with all of our special taxing districts, because everybody has been on the receiving end of this increase in potential revenue collection. But I don't necessarily want to start that conversation if that's something that this council doesn't feel like is an answer to something that our constituents want to see. I think that we should at least open the conversation to see if any of the other special taxing districts would consider doing the same thing, so that we could all do it in conjunction and answer sort of what I feel like is a pretty loud call from the people that are voting here, that they want to see a response to the fact that they feel like their taxes have gone up so dramatically. So I don't know if I'm making complete sense right now, but if that's something that we want to try and facilitate.
Well, I facilitate a conversation on whether or not we should, SMART should do that, or all regional taxing districts should do that.
I think
What's
SMART
right?
SMART will make their own decision and should. That's a board. That's a board. But should we as council, like, is this something that we want to open up like a general conversation with our special taxing districts? Like,
I don't know.
ask if they would consider it. And I
would.
think the difference is SMART is a board that is governed by elected officials. So we very much see this and understand it and hear the complaints and the concerns of the community. Whereas I don't know that all the other boards have that same luxury of interaction with the public.
Well, first check in with legal, because I don't even know if this is within our purview, because those taxing districts, their boundaries fall outside of the limits of the town of Telluride.
Yeah.
So this is where we're getting into complex Tabor questions that I don't have the expertise to start. So I want to start perhaps there. And this maybe is a conversation that is too long to try and encompass it right this moment. I'm open to having the conversation, but I have a lot of questions.
Or we could do it, we could discuss just, in broad topics, if we want to bring this up, maybe at the IG meeting is maybe a better place for it because you've got all, the governments represented to have this discussion.
Right. And I mean, I think it's sort of more of a broad sort of community-wide conversation. Like, we have no teeth in this. We have no ability to effectuate any decision by any other board. And I need to be very clear about that. But it just, I think, posed a very interesting question. And I believe the county made the point at the SMART board meeting that they actually had voluntarily reduced their collection last year. And because nobody else did, it kind of got lost in the shuffle. And so I think, so again, we don't need a decision right now. I'm just kind of putting it out there that I think it's something that to me has value in at least pursuing some sort of a conversation. What that is, where that looks like, or where that is and what that looks like, I don't necessarily know, but I did think I was really happy that at the meeting that the board was taking that step and making a decision so quickly after that had been something that they had sort of codified as a desire a year ago. So that's it.
Mian, thank you very much. Dan?
Alrighty, I don't have too much. Since I was gone for a little bit of time, glad to be away, happy to be back. A couple things. There was a Sneffels Energy Board meeting. A lot of those updates you guys have already sort of received, including the Green Grants expansion, some of those funding mechanisms, which we already talked about in budgeting. One thing I will highlight that I was excited to hear about is the region is in receipt of a grant that is funding a study for feasibility around an e-bike sharing program. Obviously, e-bikes have gotten pretty popular in our own town. So this would be piloted in Telluride Mountain Village and perhaps in the east end of the county as well. But they are seeking input on that. And that feasibility study will go through April of next year.
Can I give you a quick input?
Sure.
We can't put e-bikes on the gondola rack. So there's gotta be I have an e-bike and it's basically a bicycle. So if they're looking at that and they're looking to do that pilot program, it would be great to see if we could explore some sort of bicycle that potentially could go between the two different communities. But if not, that we recognize that the bikes cannot go between the two different communities.
Well, let's talk offline because I've been interested about why that rule is that rule for e-bikes on it. And I'm sure there's some reason, but I think I think that rule was implemented in an earlier day and technology has changed. And perhaps
It might just be weight. Who
yeah,
knows?
yeah. So but heard and yes, let's talk.
Cool.
Great. And then there was another planning and zoning meeting that did talk more about the comprehensive plan. We got an update from the GIS analyst from Logan Simpson, our consultant on that. Not much more technical information was presented, but more of a showcase of what is potential and what they have done in other towns for which they've given a comprehensive plan update, and just how we're going to be able to use that technology to really clearly lay out the data for our constituents. So I think there was a lot of excitement amongst planning and zoning of how we are going to be able to use all this information we're gathering and then help tie it in and make it relevant to both us as the elected officials making the decision and the general public. So thank you.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. I don't have much, just really quick, Telluride Regional Airport Board meeting. The new hangar is done and open and pretty awesome. The only bummer is we won't get to have the AIDS Benefit Fashion Show up there this year due to their contractual obligations. But hopefully that'll happen in the upcoming years. And we're still working through some challenges with Lot R. And that's about it. Any questions on that? And then we will go to agenda item 2D. Tiffany, anybody chiming in for related organization reports through you?
Nope.
All right, there are none. And then as per usual, comment on payments, please provide those by email. That fast forwards us to agenda item number 8, public hearing 8A. In the public hearing for 8A, the appeal has been vacated for the Virginia Placer Phase 2A wetland determination. Moving on to agenda item 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. That brings us to agenda item number 10, executive session. Two agenda items on for executive session. 10A, Oak Street lease agreement, executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-64024A and Section 4.6.A of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. And executive session item 10B, Town Attorney Annual Evaluation for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-64024FI and Section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. So with that, do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously to go into executive session. Time is now 6:30. The executive session has been concluded. Participants in the executive sessions were Ellen Eleven, myself, Teddy Erico, me and Fee, Dan Enright, Kevin Geiger, and for the A was Zoe Denal.
And briefly, Julia Perez.
And briefly Julia for clarification on an item. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent.